Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome in, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are rounding out the final day of the regular season. I can't believe we're already here. 250 plus games played. And we got 2 more best of 3s on the docket, Cubby.
Yeah, excited to see. The first one actually has some stakes for the final day
True.
of the regular season. Should be fun. And then the latter one, the battle of the bottom of Group Ascension. So hopefully it's entertaining for us.
I think you had different words, but, you know, if you don't want to say it on broadcast,
I
it's
did
fine.
before. It was a Game of Thrones reference, you know,
Yeah,
Battle of the
yeah.
Bastards, right? It might be it. Right or wrong, we'll see.
Yep, for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the format as we are coming to the end of the regular season. We get to see exactly how things pan out. The playoffs are going to be split. We have the top 4 already in place. Obviously, we had that decided early. Top Esports, AL, JDG, and BLG. But now is the nitty-gritty. Now is the playoff play-in picture that we're looking at, where you have the top 2 teams of Group Nirvana facing off against the bottom 6 teams from Group Ascent.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm gonna do some brief homework. I want to say that the play-ins might actually have an impact on Split 3 too for LPL, which might be interesting to keep track of as we move forward. But of course, the snapshot of the standings before we wrap things up today. Of course, yesterday, pretty fun day of LPL. We had 4 out of the 5 top teams of Group Ascension competing. Good series from JDG as they really have a strong finish before they end up here in playoffs. Meanwhile, of course, we had all those teams playing yesterday. We have 4 out of the 5 bottom teams playing today from Group Ascension. So we'll have to see if we can see some decent gameplay. And of course, the first match between Weibo and Team WE, you can see because of that game differential, this series matters. Team WE win would put them above the game differential of Weibo Gaming. So Weibo, I know that with Hong in, going to look to try and find some of the magic they might have lost with Erha and see if they can find a win today.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest importance to kind of keep in mind on, especially for this first series, is that placing for the playoff play-in, because there's a stark contrast to who you're going to be facing depending on if you win today or not, right? Like you're either facing LGD, the top of Group Nirvana, or you're facing TT, who has had some really struggling moments. So you see here, this is what happens if Weibo win. They become the 6th seed, then they end up facing off against LGD. IG is already stuck facing off against EDG, but then WE would go off against TT.
And I gotta say, that play-in match, not only is it to make playoffs, it is also to make Group Ascension for Split 3, which will matter quite a bit. So, of course, the winner faces LGD, whereas the loser faces Thunder Talk today. And I gotta say, I think that there is a little bit of debate between which team is better. I do think that Thunder Talk, without Beishwan, they have, you know, it's been a little bit of a lack of confidence, a loss of identity a little bit from that squad. So I will say I feel like LGD looked okay in Group Nirvana, where a lot of the teams were playing scared, and rightfully so. I mean, the stakes were really high down there in a limited amount of games. I think the biggest question is, like, does that... I feel like the lack of games and on-stage experience really does hurt the teams in the long haul. Like, Team WE is a team that we didn't have high expectations for, but really did impress us, just given the fact that they were able to really improve and scale up throughout Group Ascension and the Fast and Furious schedule that we have. LGD and the Group Nirvana teams, of course, don't have that. I think it's going to be a pretty serious disadvantage going in. But, again, Thunder Talk with Xiao Gren hasn't looked great.
Yeah, just to continue talking about the setup a little bit, I mean, it is a best of 5 to determine if you make it into playoffs, but then once you are determined to make it into playoffs, I mean, you better hope you had a good performance in that playoff plan, because the top teams are going to get their pickings of who they want to face off against. So you got to make sure you're facing off against the opponent you feel best about. But let's go ahead and take a look at the last time the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing here first met, as Team WE came away with a shocker over Weibo Gaming, a 2-1 victory in that series.
Yeah, I gotta say, this for me was kind of the emergence of Monki. Like, I know that Team WE, they started off 0-6. They started to really piece things together. But Monki had a fantastic series from memory and kind of going through some of the clips. And that really ended up being the story for me with this Team WE squad. I mean, when Monki is enabled and able to play well, it's been good. And I feel like some of the drop-off of Team WE in the back half of the split has been players like Cube, like Karis, kind of coming back down to earth.
Yeah, and we'll get to talk about that a little bit more here as well. But I think this series itself had a lot of bends and breaks for Weibo. I think this was a situation where it was very difficult to find what Weibo were trying to achieve. I mean, they had a lot of carry potential between them, but we're seeing flubs from some of the most veteran members in big team fights, and especially, obviously, it's been a long time since then, and we're seeing if Weibo has leveled up enough to be able to fight their demons at least.
Yeah, and again, that is something where Weibo, it feels like with Hong in, I really don't think that made a giant difference, Mazel. If I'm going to be quite frank, it's just Erha, of course, is a fresh support. I think that he got off to a hot start, and then some of the plays were disconnected. But we have been looking for more from Weibo, and honestly, if Hong can just play okay and the vibes are all right, that might be enough for this team. To at least try and push forward, because again, where they're at in the standings, the fact that this is a best of 3 to decide whether they're above or below Team WE in the standings in 6th or 7th is the low end of the expectations that we had for Weibo Gaming.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that Team WE roster here, who's been trying to scrap their way through the end of this regular season. It's not been a good one. It's been up and down and up and down, but trying to return to basics for this team, trying to figure out what works for them going into a best of 3 that determines that playoff play-in placement, but then knowing that you have a best of 5 to decide your split 2 right around the corner.
Yeah, I feel like a more accurate thing would be down, then up, then down, and then we're hoping to end on an up for Team WE, because the middle section was actually quite good. I mean,
okay,
like Monki was playing really well. I know that when they had that 0-6 start, they were still competitive with top teams, taking games off them. I just felt like it was a little bit of disconnect with the team. When they figured that out, there was legitimate conversation of, hey, is Team WE a top 5, top 6 team that we have in the LPL right now? We don't feel that way anymore, even if that's about where they're going to try and finish in the standings. The top 4 have really cemented themselves as the teams to beat, with IG being a cut above the rest of the play-in teams. So we'll see if Weibo Gaming can, again, kind of rise up the expectations that we might have had for them before this split started, because it has been a disappointing split for Weibo.
Yeah, we'll talk about Weibo in just a little bit, but we came together. We got our 2 brain cells. We put them both together, all 2 of them. And
I think you at least have 2 on your own, Mazel, by the way.
That we want to see from Team WE. What we want to see, the keys to success for this team. It starts with comfort for Karis. Look how comfy he looks in that bed. Just get some nice pillows.
Some nice
one's Azir, one's going to be Rise, one's potentially Talia. Then Cube, you just can't be square. You have to be 3-dimensional. You have to find something in your step here to find a little bit of consistency in that top lane. And then for Monki, it's pretty easy. Monkey see, monkey kill. I feel like you give this guy resources, you give this guy's assassins, you give this guy carry potential, he does find success.
And again, I think that's when Team WE has been at their best, when they're able to play a couple of early pushing lanes and enable Monki to get some work done. But for me, Karis has really struggled in the back half of the split, and I thought Cube was actually quite good. For me, he was one of the top laners that was the early adopter of really playing tanks up top a lot, and had some nice TPs, was able to really impact the game. I do feel like Cube has also kind of come back down to earth with this squad of late. Again, this team was a team that we were looking at like, wow, are they maybe the most competitive with that top 4? I think that there was a week or 2 in the middle of the split where that was an honest conversation that we were having about Team WE. But definitely don't feel that way right now, and we'll see if Team WE can put things together and end on high.
Yeah, and now we get to talk about the would-be giants. If you think about track record, if you think about the organizational history, but there's been some slip-ups. Weibo Gaming have not had the cleanest split number 2 that they would want to have, even with all these big names coming together. They have looked a little bit better as of late, though, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think Hong coming in has a huge impact or not, but he is back. I know that when Hong was benched, there was that clip from Nymera, just like, what are you doing? Straight griefing under a turret. I don't know how else to describe it. Hong was in jail for a little bit after that, but hey, at least this team feels like before playoffs have started, they have a little bit more experience for sure in the bot lane with Hong, and probably a better shot to win. Again, I don't think that Erha was playing his best, but did have a couple good early games as a rookie, and then wasn't able to put the same games together as the first few series we saw out of him later on.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is trying to find consistency for this roster. And it's funny enough, needing to come from the support role. But we also put those brain cells we talked about earlier back together again to talk about Weibo, because there's 3 things that we wanted to highlight if Weibo want to find success. It's all about widening that champ pool. That thing is shallow. Look at that. Look how little water is in that bit of trough of water. They've got to figure it out here. These are 2 veteran solo laners. They've got to have a bigger champ pool. Then, easy enough, sharpen the tiger's teeth. Like, hey, it's fine. Xiaohu is good. He's a legend of the LPL, but he ain't looked like it in a while, and I need to see this guy's teeth sharpened to a T. And hopefully find a little bit more success coming out of that mid lane. And then the next thing, I mean, you just got to get somebody in there, get somebody working on the cables, got to make sure that the servers are stable, Cubby, because things haven't been.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that we put 3 brain cells together for this one, because that Tiger at least is carrying 2 of them. Looks like that's all the capacity he has at the moment. But, like, going through the champ pools, I think it's really interesting for Xiaohu in particular, because his 3 most played are Talia, Ryze, and Ahri. I feel like Xiaohu has played pretty well with all those 3. But then after that, the champions where he has 3 or less games on would be Azir, Aurora, Galio, Victor, Annie. He only has 2 wins out of those 11 games. So I feel like for Xiaohu, again, a player that we have high expectations of. Again, the King of Spring, rightfully so, with what he's earned in the past. We haven't seen, for me, Weibo just be deep enough. Because those 3 champions, too, the Talia, Ryze, Ahri, those are all like the real enabling picks out of the mid lane. And it feels like if Xiaohu's not on one of those picks, this team really slows down. And for me, Xiaohu's had a lot of up and downs. Because unironically, he's is at the top of the POG list, right, when it comes to player of the games. But also, when I'm watching Weibo and some of the eye tests, it's just like, man, Xiaohu sometimes is really struggling in a couple of these games, too. So it feels like he's someone that has to stabilize a lot. Again, as someone that we... rightfully so have high expectations for, just not been meeting those this split.
Yeah, and it's just about finding what is consistent. It's funny enough how things intersect, because you talked about that champ pool, but we literally had said the same thing for Karis on the other side. So trying to figure out who's going to have that priority tonight. Again, we have to remember that WE did win the last time these 2 teams met together. And does a Weibo this far down the track, this far close to playoffs, are they able to turn it on? I mean, this is an important series. It's the final day, but we have stakes on it, and I think it puts a little bit more stress onto the plate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a match that matters, and again, I think that there is a real discussion for whether or not you want to face Thunder Talk or LGD. Again, the Group Nirvana teams having a lot less stage time, I think, is significant, but for me, it's very clear that Xiao Hongren is just not ready to be an LPL player yet. So I feel like there's a real struggle in the jungle, and that team has some issues of its own. A minus 21 game score is actually a pretty big gap between them and NiP, who they face today. And, of course, NiP's in 9th. So, but we have that series later on, Mazel. We'll have Yanni sub in for that one. As I will say, I'm hoping that Yanni continues our streak right now of Memorial Day colors. I feel like we're getting in the spirit of the holiday weekend with a little bit of red, white, and blue here. That was completely unplanned.
Absolutely. I just knew plaid. Anytime I cast with Cubby, plaid is always a good answer. You know?
Well, yeah. The real reason it's plaid is because you get 2 hot sweaters, right? We need to keep it. We need to have at least one layer, right?
That's very true. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. It's starting to get summer here in LA. You know, you got to be a little bit careful.
I actually went on 2 30-minute hot girl walks today. It was really nice out. Yeah,
nice. It was really nice out.
The guys got together. We had a hot girl walk. It was good.
Nice. Well, that's nice of you. Well, we just watched a hot guy walk of guys. I was trying to
good
think of something.
There we go.
Terrible tie-in. But we see TWE coming out. We already saw Weibo Gaming come out. 1v1s will be kicking off here soon. But I got to ask the real question here. Who would you rather face? Would you rather see WE versus TT? Would you rather see WE versus LGD? Would you rather see Weibo on either one of those matchups? I think it's a real question, because you can think about the benefits of each matchup in a little bit of a different light.
If I'm to be honest, I think it's a bit of a flip. You could make an argument for LGD. I actually think that with Nio, they were playing pretty well with XQW enabling him. But again, they're doing this in a worse group with a lot less games on stage, which I do think matters at the end of the day. I feel like that's the biggest advantage you get as a group Ascension team.
It's been like 3 weeks since we've seen that team.
I know.
Or I guess like 2.5. It's like
I mean, they
crazy.
could come out of the time chamber just built different for LGD, you know?
They're just all Goku. It's just everybody.
I will say they have some LDL pedigree on that squad. I do think that matters when games push comes to shove. They actually, for me, went through Group Nirvana. I know that they aren't the number one, or no, they are the number one seed that we have over there. Mm-hmm. I thought that not only, like, they looked the cleanest. I felt like their games they actually played the least scared, the most calculated. Because I feel like a lot of the Group Nirvana games, like, he was really scared, the teams were, which, again, stakes were really high down there. But anyway, we dive into this one. Team WE in the sexy red as Monki. You can see him there. I believe he is our 1v1 pick, as I believe it is a jungle war coming in.
I can't get over Tian's haircut, man. I know it's like it's just a shorter version of his normal haircut, but it looks, it makes him look so different. Because he was getting pretty shaggy before. He had his hair pretty long. But
he's got to
on
clean
this
it up
side,
for playoffs.
he's got good hair. Yeah. Well, he also knows he's going against Monki. He's got to clean it up because Monkey's got the looks, man. He's got the hair. Like, did you see the setup?
The Sonder band tells me that Tian wants Rumble. Unironically.
Nah.
Zed? We're handshaking.
We got this the other day. We literally had this save setup the other day.
1v1s have really devolved into an ego match here in the LPL.
Absolutely.
Where in interviews, we have the, if he wants to play this, I'm playing it. And, of course, we're here arriving to the occasion. So we have what the F, 2 ninjas turned into 4 ninjas, turned into potentially 6 ninjas if you're going to calculate the shadows coming in. We'll see if either of these guys can.
For the life of me, who was it? Was it supportal matchup? Was it another jungle matchup? God, I cannot remember. Maybe somebody could at me, maybe at the prod chat or something. But this literally just happened the other day, and it went down very fast. It went down. Oh no, it was 369 versus Knight, and Knight just like bodied 369.
I mean, if. I will say, I will tease that us as an unofficial LPL English broadcast, we are going to have ballots. We're going to make our own ballots.
True, we are.
Knight's my MVP. I know that Tarzan is at a freakishly good split. I think Knight's my MVP, legitimately. Knight has just been built different, yeah.
Really?
Yes, I really think that Knight has like been dragging this team across the finish line.
But does that make him MVP?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
he's the best mid that's dragging his team across the finish line. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, anyway. I don't know. I think I lean on Tarzan a little bit more, but
yeah. I mean, again, Tarzan's been good.
We have
a difference here in terms of summoner spells, as it is Flash versus Barrier, and Ships in the Night.
Oh my god. They're just going to go all in. Let's just get this over with. It's the last day. Let's have some fun. Monkey about to get gapped by Tian. He waits for him.
He was trying to dodge it and actually position the double Qs. He instead ate it and is going to have to eat a base. Do we have a WQ? You can see it. No.
He let him off
calculating.
Easy there. Let him off easy.
Yeah, he was looking at his W cooldown like his for sure can't be up, right?
It can't be up for sure. Man, I thought we were going to get another early kill there. Well,
we tried. There was an ego battle.
Did we get a difference? Did we have a mirror in the... No, okay, we don't have a mirror in the skins. They both went like with pink chromas.
Yes, but, I will say that this is the lovingly called Pajama Zed skin. It is the one that he was released with, which is still my favorite.
The Galaxy Slayer for Tian, though. Pretty baller, I'm not going to lie.
Nope.
Have you seen the back? It's like full-on, like, Dr. Octopus style.
It's cool. I don't like the R animation. I think that it's really easy to see. It just kind of looks weird to me.
I just like that he grows, like, more arms. It's pretty cool. It reminds me of, like, superheroes.
Spider-Man 2. That's what it reminds me of. That's fair. It's great. It's iconic superhero movie. Yeah. Shout out to Sam Raimi and Christopher Nolan for making our childhoods better.
True.
And Christopher Nolan for still getting me to go to a theater whenever he releases a flick.
Yeah, it's actually like clockwork.
It's a must-go.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's a must-go. It's a good one there from Tian. I will say we're each going... Reach going ability haste, Zed. Of course, Tian with the Doran's items would be a little bit stronger early on. But if Monkey's able to maybe get to that first item, early
Level
Eclipse
6.
is what I'm expecting. He wants the caddy. Oh,
Level
no,
6?
he missed it.
Level
He
6?
has to run.
Level 6? Go, 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 go. Oh, no, it's fine.
Can't connect R.
Well, you know, just for posterity's sake, it's the last day of the regular season. If you're brand new here, if you're wondering what the hell is going on, if you haven't been here for all 250 plus games of the regular season, it's a side select 1v1. If you take the first turret or get the first 2 kills, you get blue side because that's who everybody chooses. If we get to the Ring of Fire, though, it is first kill gets side select. And obviously
Monki.
you take this very seriously with the 1v1s. Tian
Wins.
going to get absolutely rinsed here. Pop, he goes, and Monki, he gets the first kill.
It's all about the ability haste, man. Able to come in with the Ignite, too. Gets the barrier out of Tian as well. He's going to be able to base and get nice little first item here. Gotta believe he's going to complete something. Then again, I see a Caulfield's, a pickaxe, and a longsword. I don't know what he's going to be completing.
He's just trying to get all the weaponry, man.
Is he Russian Black Cleaver?
It's a lot of gold from the turret place there.
That's not Eclipse, and that's not Shojin that I see on my screen.
Oh.
Oh,
It
it's
was.
Eclipse. All right, I'm trolling.
You're trolling? I was like, wait, are you sure?
I thought there was a Dirk in there. I was for sure trolling.
It's all good. It happens.
I can't read. It's all right.
1v1 makes us go crazy. Oh, he got the dirt there on top of it.
I mean, just more reasons to discredit the caster. That's exactly what we always need. As if people need
That's
him.
what we're here for, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what everybody
Anyway.
shows up for. They don't show up to watch the gameplay. They're here to discredit the casters.
I mean, look at the near report threads at the top of the subreddit. All right, there's
They did that
definitely
to
something to
themselves.
that.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Come on.
There's some to that, you know.
As I don't know if we're actually gonna get another full all in here. Oh my God, Monki gets chunked. But they both have the same item differential. Actually, Monki having a little bit more damage on his own pack. Should be okay here. But I think the Ring of Fire is probably what we're waiting for.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we got Arceus and Ignite coming back up here for Monki. I think there could be something, as it's Eclipse and a Dirk into just Eclipse. Oh yeah, take that Shadow in. You know you want it. We are at the break point where we're with Eclipse in level 9. You do get 2 Qs off when you have your W down. So look out for that. It does tip off to players that they have to dodge right when they do see the Shadow come out. But potential here, Monki is up a
We're
level.
just throwing abilities, man.
No.
We're existing.
I mean, Tian's got a guess in here. Okay, he actually does catch Monki.
Oh, he wants the all-in. The death mark has been popping out. Tian is on trouble, though. Monki goes for the kill to pop on both sides. He gets the 2 for NWE. They're going to have side select for game number 1.
Monki. I said that Team WE were in the sexy reds. Come on,
crazy,
man.
man.
That was looking pretty good there, throwing the red on the pajamas and taking care of business there on the bridge.
If he doesn't pick Zed now, I'm going to be very... He's already picked it once, the split.
He has.
Didn't work out well for him, but now he's got the warm-up game.
He does. I will say, Shehu looked pretty happy going into the 1v1. Doesn't look quite as happy now. Good one from Monki. I will say the 2 times I've casted Team WE of late, Monki's been the 1v1 champion 2 times. And would you look at that? Blue side is chosen, Mazel.
No way.
Of course, blue side.
Crazy.
Everyone's choosing blue side. I will say the win rate has dropped on the Spirit Blossom patch. It's currently at 56.5%. With everyone choosing blue side, that includes the losers, right? So that, to me, says that the side has advantage for sure. But again, it got up to 58% at one point. So has fallen off a bit. I do think that, again, with the changes, we're starting to see a lot of first dragons go to red side because you can use red side to get support counter pick. And with the timers being different, grubs being pushed back, opportunity to secure more early objectives for yourself rather than either force a swap or a trade. Where it's either like grubs or splitting grubs and a dragon going over later. We saw a lot of chaos, of course, with the 6-minute grubs, so it has been a little bit different with those 8-minute grubs coming in.
True. It's definitely changed the timings a little bit, and that makes me more interested at the jungle matchup tonight because I think Monki and Tian have a lot of potential to have some spicy jungle matchups, not only in their picks, but the way that they play. Monki likes to be aggressive. He likes to be proactive. And we know Tian is absolutely ruthless in the jungle and needing to show that form here, needing to put down Monki. And especially for a series that matters so much for both teams, you have to remember this is for the playoff play-in seeding. You're either facing off against LGD or TT, the winner and loser of this series. And I know both teams are going to want to take that step up into that 6th seed. But we are into this first game draft. We have W on that blue side. They're going to ban away the Vi, the Nico, and the Gwen. We also get the Weibo side of the Sion and the Azir bans.
Talia has been a really big pick for both Team WE and Weibo, as it is both Xiaohu and Karis' most played champions, and both teams have been very willing to first pick it. So I'm wondering if that's the conversation that Weibo Gaming might be having right now as they think about what to take away. Will be the Rumble with that Gwen ban, so I'm expecting first pick Talia.
We'll see. That was in the docket. That was the list that we set out for both teams, honestly, trying to figure out what works for their mid lane. But it will be the Varus first pick here for Team WE, so trying to set up Taeyun.
We have seen a little bit less Varus now. Just doesn't feel quite as strong in the new patch, even though it wasn't changed. I just think the teams are really prioritizing selecting those strong top sides and then finding bot lanes later on. So, yeah, there's the Talia for Xiaohu, no surprise there. Yep. And, of course, Tian, we have seen a lot of Pantheon for Tian, so they're going to give away the Talia Pantheon combo. We'll say that is a very nice start. Definitely gives Weibo Gaming a lot of direction. And it's a big takeaway pick from Monki as well, as again, I think Talia Pantheon was being abused really well by Team WE, and Monki's Pantheon definitely a little bit different when he pilots that champion versus a lot of the other players in the LPL. He was been very, very good in that pick.
He has. Gotta see though now, as Yorick is the pickup by WE. There's no Sion, there's no big answer. They're gonna have to find something to deal with this side lane pressure that Yorick's gonna be bringing. Team WE still have their pick of the litter of what they want to round out some of this first setup of the draft with. It will be the Annie, another very strong pick in the solo lanes.
Yeah, I think that Talia has fallen off in priority a little bit because Annie is really good. You can just drop Tibbers, drop a stun on this champion and try and 100 to 0 her, especially before she has that Seraph's evolve. So now I think you've got to prompt a tankier pick in the top lane, as we'll see what Breathe wants to grab into that Yorick. If not, then he's going to have to face some bans being thrown his way. So will be that Cassante picked up. Does give you away. I think you... like, your ability to deal with the wall isn't fantastic. But I believe that if you are able to get to an ally, then you can E over terrain still. So that's one way to get out. But yeah, I mean, Cassante, pretty much you're trying to be Cassante in team fights, and Yorick trying to be Yorick in the side lane. So I think Annie Yorick, though, quite scary. And Varus has a lot of wave clear to buy some time. If it is that poke, Varus to let that Yorick do some work in the side lane.
I think that's super important to keep factored in the second phase as well, and see what they want to try to tie things up with, because we already have that Xin Zhao focus in terms of the bans from Weibo's side. So trying to take away tools from Monki, who loves to be that kind of proactive piece to the puzzle here for them. And looking at the Nautilus, also banned, one of Vampire's absolute favorites this split so far.
Yeah, I will say I'm kind of curious to see if and when we have any Senna making an appearance, Mazel. As
I don't think
Senna,
it's happening, bro.
Yeah, Senna's pretty good on this patch.
Looks good.
I think that this is a world where playing it the Varus Annie is kind of hard, but I mean, we're just expecting AD here and then support counter. As Alistar is the one support that I think you can grab early, unless they want to go Rel. But if you go Rel, for me, you're really opening yourself up to like Braum, Renata, and playing on hit Varus. So if you go something like Braum and then some engage here from Monki, like Braum Skarner, I think would be really nice right now. Or Renata as well. Yeah, same idea.
And it gives you a little bit of that counter engage to the Pantheon, to the Cassante as well.
Yeah.
See what Weibo want to go with their final pick there on their side for their AD, and tying up a lot of the damage that they're being.
He might do this. It's Monki. A free kill with Annie. Lethality Graves plus Annie is That's a really, really deadly duo. We've seen Monki play it once before. If not, I think it's a good game for Trundle.
Ooh, you can absolutely
Trundle,
be such a menace to Pantheon.
So this means pretty much no MF. That Light just cannot take that pick. I really like the Trundle. I think that Monkey's done a nice job of using it. You can really mess with Rel. Your Subjugate against Cassante gets some pretty decent mileage. And you can be creative early on, as Trundle, his ability to duel is real. And we've seen Monki do a pretty nice job of using that. So definitely been a pick I've been a fan of. I think LPL's been playing it a lot more than other regions. And the scenarios they've been picking it in, specifically Monki and Tarzan, I've liked a lot. So I think this is one where I'm curious to see if Monki can get anything done. He will have some early lane priority, especially in mid and bot, potentially, to look for an invade on the Pantheon.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that we get to see what we wanted out of the setup between these two junglers. We were wondering, are they going to actually give Monki something he's comfortable with, something he can fight Tian in the jungle with? And they are giving him that comfort. They're saying, go ahead, go fight your battle against one of the best in the league in Tian in the history. And see if they can take this series over Weibo. Again, you have to remember all the way back in the early parts in that first round robin, they took them down 2-1. It was a hard-fought victory, but now the stakes are still alive. We're in the final day of the regular season, and they're still fighting for positioning. If you win, you go on to face LGD. If you lose, you're going on to face TT in a deciding best of 5 to get into the playoffs. And I know it matters for both these teams in different ways. WE have had a bit of a rocky split so far. They had those high highs in the middle part, in the middle chunk. It looked so good, but since then it's been back and forth. Weibo could say a lot of the same for a team that has so much respect, so much pride on the line for them. It has not been the split that they wanted to have. And now we get into this final best of 3 for both teams. It's one final series for them to decide what seed they will end up in the regular season. It's Team WE versus Weibo Gaming.
All right, here we go onto the Rift. And again, for me, all eyes on Monki to see if he can get creative early. I will say that Xiaohu is able to delete some of these early waves with the Talia. But that bot priority just with the Varus plus Renata, I think that's where I looked at least to have a little bit of hope as Team WE to maybe, open things up for Monki to get up in the face of this Pantheon. As Tian spots the ward being dropped, Tian spotted on the top side of the map. And curiously enough, we actually have a phase rush on the Annie. That's a little bit different here.
Yeah, we do.
As we have seen Annie, again, really emerge as a power pick. I think you have to respect the power of Annie. Her kit is undeniably strong right now. Incoming nerfs, I believe, for later patches.
Sure.
But right now, she's a very powerful
anybody.
Pick.
It's just actually insane. And I just think when we look at the setup for both these sides, I mean, it's absolutely going to be about the proactivity of both the junglers and the mid setups, because yes, obviously once you get level 6 you have a lot more proactive tools, but I'm even looking before that to see if we get any action going early.
It could be that's why my eyes are on Monki, really, because I think that he's going to be the one to dictate the action on either side. So if he wants to do a standard clear, then I think it's going to be pretty quiet. If not, then things could get interesting. Right now, I do like the fact that Tian's starting out his bot camps. Again, did talk about this Varus plus Renata priority. I think by taking these camps, you take away the opportunity to invade, as Monki is going to want a red buff before he makes a move, and Pantheon's on this top side. Should be able to get away from that potential early pressure that WE could have.
Just, I guess, trying to play away from any of that, see if they maybe need to get a little bit of something early for this top side as well. I think Breathe and Xiaohu were getting a lot of introspection when we were coming into this series, when we were looking at, putting those brain cells together and putting those 3 statements out that we really want to see these teams kind of execute on. We centered a lot of our worries around these solo lanes. And now Monki going to try to punish Xiaohu as well. He does have the pillar, going to force the flash, and the flash comes out from Karis as well. Won't be able to get much more, but it will be a double flash.
That is a really bad flash from Karis.
Yes, it is.
That is a free flash from Xiaohu, and because Karis flashed, that now opens up a free play for the Talia plus Pantheon. As Monki,
Oh, the deep gank.
he's going to try and stay active here. Maybe harass
Should
Hong
just-
and
oh.
Light, as he's going to pull the wave. They might look for a potential dive. Really?
They've got, okay, they're going to go for it. Light doesn't have any tools, but Vampire's been tanking up. He goes bailout, but it's not enough. They get the 1-for-1. And now Hung gets a pecking two. A double kill goes to Hung. He is back in the roster, and he is back in action here. Taeyun in trouble, but he's going under turret here to maybe get this plate more
Watch
for
mid.
himself. But it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Weibo.
Well, I mean, does Tian want to flash here? That's the real question. As, yeah, here we go. Speed boost.
There's no flash
flick.
on Karis. Seismic shove. It is like technique easy mode for Weibo. That will be a
Yep.
response in mid lane.
I mean, again, really bad flash from Karis on that play. That was going to be a nothing play. Ends up getting
Really
punished.
bad
Tian,
walk
no
from
flash, he's
Tian,
dead.
so you know, no harm, no
Yep.
fault.
Good roam from Vampire. At least WE able to answer back a little bit as Monki picks up a second kill, but still is, I'd say, a good start for Weibo. Gaming is...
Taeyun?
Well,
He
that was
must
a little
not
bit
have the
tense.
arcane shift up.
Of
Yeah,
course,
it's not up.
yeah, Taeyun, he stayed alive and did take a lot of damage from that dive. As on the bright side, at least the 2 kills did go over to Hong, and they were able to deny Light a bit, but still, it's
Monki
very much
also just
advantage.
stole away Tian's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's only one camp, though. All right, we're going to get a replay. The idea here is that Vampire, with the bailout, just has more of a life bar, but Light does a nice job of pumping damage into him. As, yeah, he goes down. Monkey's going to take a really fat tower shot here, and, yeah, that flash is not enough. Of course, the flip from Hong was big, and now going mid, Monkey. Xiaohu still has no flash.
Yeah, Xiaohu has no exit strategy here. There's the pillar. They're going to follow it up, though. Tian and Hung right around the corner. Some really good team play coming from both teams so far. A lot of fluidity in the early game. A lot of proactivity from both teams as well. We will have Dragon up on the bot side right now. Still Grubs coming up in about 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think Monkey has rotated out his Grubs yet. But of course, with mid being flashless and under such big threat, right, so we have Pantheon into Annie. It's very scary for Karis. Just going to be focused there, so I do like the hovers coming out from each team. Feel like it's appropriate. And now with this Dragon up, the fact that Team WE, again, got that early first blood onto Light, looks like it hasn't paid off the way they were hoping for, because Light has a slight experience lead, so it really wasn't set too far behind from that initial play that went on the bot side.
Oh no, the maiden. No, the maiden. Oh, Bree missed the mechanics. Oh, okay. He's gone.
Yeah,
Again,
kind of
Justin Timberlake's Dead and Gone comes to mind.
Really?
That's a different comment. That's a me problem. Not a you problem.
Uh-huh. It's all right.
Come on, it was some good. It was a
currently,
good chorus, all right. It was a good
A me
chorus.
problem versus a you problem. It's going to be this Dragon. Of course, Tian, his base was canceled up top.
Is it a
Well done
we
by Q.
problem?
No, it's a weeb problem.
I love that you just followed up with it. I like it. We're functioning. We're on the same page today. Dragon is going to go the way of WE though.
We ran with it. Good answer from Tian to take the loop buff. Again, I think that just given bot lane priority, this is kind of a given, and will be traded away by Monkey with Xiaohu getting the bad news.
It is very unfortunate news indeed. As they will. Okay, a little bit of damage back at least. Just a little bit of love tap.
Oh, it may not be fine.
They got the Grand Starfall coming in as well. And who can be able to follow it? Okay, Vampire's now caught. He went a little bit too far on the path. Light's even going to pop shot in. Maybe give him the kill here. Xiaohu, you got to finish it off, bud. As he throws up the WE logo, Xiaohu will claim the kill on the Vampire.
See if it ends up being a red buff, as I think that would be like the real big prize here. And Tian, of course, up a level on Monkey.
Oh, they actually get another catch out here as well. True shot barrage gonna go completely wide, but you got the crush down as well. Monkey goes falling to Tian. Tibbers standing there watching his teammate fall. That'll be Weibo picking up the slack here in this early game. They find themselves about a 1.5 thousand gold lead.
That was pretty rough from Karis and Monki. As the use of the Pantheon Talia Globals, I will say only picking up Renata, not exactly ideal, but they're going to turn it into the Grubs too after the kill on the Monki. As that is where the focus of Weibo Gaming is at right now. And Monki and the rest of Team WE going to try and make their way up here. Of course, Monki is still down quite a bit in experience, almost a full level down to Tian. Keep in mind, he has not rotated out his Krug camp at all. So that also hurts just over.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
That's
also
a
a little bit of a
tragedy.
bummer. But with at least the globals, or semi-globals being used by Weibo and the rotation from Team WE, it looks like it's at least going to be a little bit here as Hong.
Okay, Hung's in a little bit of trouble now. Gets the pillar out, and Hung's just going to go down here eventually. Giving a kill over to Taeyun, too. And they'll go right back to the Grubs.
And gets the news.
Unfortunate.
Level 7. I will say... Oh my god, he stole it from over the wall. Well...
That's a smite over the wall? That's crazy. That was like the most long-distance smite I think I've ever seen. What the hell?
This game's something already, Michelle.
Oh, Xiaohu's on a
Yeah,
flank
more.
here on Taeyun. What the hell has happened? And you just get the double crash down. Vampire's gonna die. Hostile takeover's there. He gets the bailout there, but he should be responded to. Now Taeyun is pumping. Unfortunately, my feet is frozen a little bit, but they don't get light there in the end. But Taeyun is still firing onto Hung there with the blight stacks too. Taeyun realizes he is the carry from here on out.
I mean, if he's able to get light, that actually would have been a big play. They do get both summoner spells out of light. He's going to be low, but he's picking up these waves and going to likely be picking up Taeyun here as Grand Skyfall.
Okay, they might. Yeah, the stars are falling here. They aren't going to get him.
Oh,
Tian misses the Q, and the pillar from outside get the slowdown. Piercing arrow, not going to be enough onto Tian.
I feel like we've had 5 minutes of just straight teams running at each other here, Michelle. And that semi-global did not connect for Weibo. But as we take inventory of all the chaos that's going on, a lead in the mid lane for Xiaohu, who did rush the Merc Treads. A lead, of course, in the jungle for Tian, is up a level. Will say that Trundle, if he's able to pick a good subjugate target and fight with the melees, can still be pretty useful. I don't think that Trundle is... It's hard to play Trundle in Ezreal later on, as you're brutally outranged by a little bit here. But he at least is always going to have 3 champs he can interact with.
Yeah,
so that's kind of the hope for Monki. But I will say that Annie being behind, I'm concerned for Team WE in at least the Annie side lane. I think that they're very much forced to play a 4-1 with the Yorick.
Okay.
Because if Annie's in a side against Talia Pantheon or Cassante Pantheon or all 3 of the above, Annie's going to struggle, especially with Karis already being behind. So I think that's my initial concern here for Team WE, as Weibo Gaming with this 1K gold lead. Overall, I will say the scaling, it's going to be interesting to see what the scaling gives us this game. We're going to put it that way. I feel like both teams have ways to win. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Taeyun walking over that vision there. They will see him going down towards this bot side. Dragon is coming up here in about 10 seconds. WE on full vision walking through here. So Weibo going to try to play around it. We're going for a little bit of proxy farming in the top side. It does look like Weibo want to go ahead and give this one. So this is a lot of objective control that they're giving over to Team WE.
Breathe is walking
No
down.
way they want to fight this late, right? Oh, Tian.
Okay.
They had to know that this was going to be set up for them. The hostile takeover comes across, and Tian is just going to fall now. Xiaohu's late to the party, but they maybe get Taeyun. Taeyun's going to fall now. Seismic shove on a 2 of them. All out comes through, and Breathe brings Monki to the turret, and Xiaohu's going to pick him off now with some rocks. As Weibo turn around the fight, they still do lose the dragon. They'll at least maybe try to hunt Monki down. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too fast for them. Going to take the speed route outside and out of Weibo's jungle.
Light just got his R back. Maybe he can hunt.
Maybe.
Vampire.
Oh, here it goes.
0 HP and 0 mana, and he's going to slink out of there as the chaos continues, Michelle. That was a really late contest from Weibo. I will say that if we do get a replay, it took a long time for Tian to actually kill the first target. Okay, Global coming in.
Okay.
Monki.
Oh, he gets the blue buff too.
Yeah, Tian got
Tian's
it.
like, I know this guy is being greedy. I know.
I mean, he is Trundle. You know, you can always.
No, not the maiden. No, the maiden. No.
What do you have about the
is
maiden? You
maidenless.
know.
It's just he's maidenless now. You know, Dark Souls times. No. Okay. Right over your head. It's fine. You're not a Dark Souls player. It's okay.
No.
Fine.
This, I feel like this game has just been a forever fight of all forever fights. And we actually have a little bit of trading here and a bit of a breather. Plates are about to fall.
True.
Jugga to snag last plate here.
Then I gotta ask you, put those brain cells back together. Let's check in on our list here. Team WE, comfort for Karis. Okay, it's okay, it's all right. Cube not playing like a square. Haven't seen him do too much just yet. He is the York. He'll come back later on. Monkey see, monkey kill. That we've gotten so far.
Not to the best of our abilities yet, but yes, as the tower race is won by Xiaohu. That's first brick and feet secured for Weibo. As we are seeing Breathe with the Sunfire Cape going into the York. That does help deal with the pets a little bit. So I think that's some of the logic there. As we do see Q finding Xiaohu in the side lane, and Xiaohu is not very happy about this matchup. I do think it's important they try and keep the Talia into Annie, and important that the Pantheon's able to impact that matchup, because in isolation or with some help, Annie very much a threat for Talia. But of course, if Talia has some friends, that point-and-click Talia flip combo that can be set up by both the Pantheon and the Rel could be really nice for Weibo, and they have the semi-globals to try and set that one up.
Yeah, we already saw a little bit of a taste of it in that last mini team fight that we had. Breeze is going to try to all-in Cube there in the bottom side. We do have the Rift Herald up on the top side of the map. TPs are available for both top laners, and we see that it's already WE starting it up first. Okay.
Like it's a little bit of value there.
A little bit of scouting.
Yeah, as this one's going to be tickled and reset. Good poke coming out from Light, who does have a red buff on his shoulders too, but it did just burn the shift. Karis has flash available if he wants to go for something.
He does. He has the Tibbers. Teddy Bear right in tow, ready to go. They aren't going to get any top lane play coming over. Should be Weibo Gaming taking prio control over the Rift Herald pit. They're just going to finish it off here, too. So they will get their big neutral objective here. And potentially a catch out on Vampire. He's going to get bailed out, but it's not going to be nearly enough money to get his refunds back. And he will end up falling.
Yeah, Vampire stutter step there a bit. And that was a good find from Weibo as he falls. Going to be the Rift Herald falling. And I would say a lead secured here by Weibo. They picked this one up for free. Feels like a substantial lead, just having 1.5K gold and the Herald to boot. The next step for Weibo is going to be trying to stop the Dragon stacking as Soul Point on the table for Team WE.
Yeah, and unfortunately Vampire is having some rough times of it on this Granada. But on the positive of things, we checked in on WE. Things aren't going too well for them. Weibo, a little bit better for them. They're sharpening the Tiger's fangs. Xiaohu's hit some really good moments so far on the seismic shoves. He's still looking pretty decent.
The brief
Champion
Desante,
pulls.
very good.
There you go, exactly.
Fourth play.
The servers, how's our ping doing? Are we stabilized? Are we looking okay?
Hong has been a stabilizing force so far. I think that's been positive.
There's a little bit of a blip in the signal.
I don't think so.
Oh, Grand Starfall in mid lane. They're going to go straight on Taeyun. They end up getting the cleanse out immediately, and Tian's going to have to pop his shield there. He's going for the kill instead, going for the execute. He's just going to fall, though, and Taeyun, what the hell, right there in the mid lane. He does end up getting it. He did win top. He ended up getting the kill, too, so you lose the mid-jungle duo of Weibo just like that.
That's Soul Point. So, Weibo overextending in a side lane. Again, a minute before that dragon spawning, we did have Xiaohu playing an extra wave, and that gets punished as he gets solo bullied. Flash down for Karis. It is a flash still available for Xiaohu. And then, of course, Tian sending it mid. That's been the entire game so far, Mazel.
It really has been. They just lost all the lead that they had catered this early game. It's like literally a dead even game.
I mean, look at that dragon timer. We're less than a minute. Xiaohu shouldn't play this wave. He got the turret. Just leave the wave. You shouldn't touch it ever. Just walk away. As Karis, he's going to have the flash and step back on the flick to ensure that the solo kill is picked up by him. And then, of course, the mid play we did see. It was a well-timed hostile takeover by Vampire, and not nearly enough gas to the tank for Tian and Light to actually find the 2v2
He's like,
kill.
come on, old man. It's time to go. Come on, old man. Let's go. Let's go. Speaking of, Tian, going to be caught in transition there, and you see the power that Annie is bringing to the table. Why we highlighted this pick coming out of draft.
Feels like a lot of the tempo was lost there by Weibo. We haven't seen the Weaver's Wall and the Grand Starfall really synced up. As Tian, of course, had a solo play mid, and then Xiaohu went down top. And now Tian getting caught out in the jungle by Monki and Karis. Getting that Trundle Annie, a decent support system, as the stuns into the pillar and into Trundle able to get on top of you. Something that Weibo is struggling with in this mid game.
Yeah. And we're already 3.5 minutes away from a soul timer. Like, WE have done such an excellent job of macro control of this game, and that's something we set out in this series.
Hang on. No. Did they actually? No. That top lane play, they punished. But was that actually a good play from Team WE, or is that Weibo being very greedy?
Give props to the team that does punish this overextensions and mistakes.
You do. But I saw Breathe
and Monki has had really good objective control.
He has.
And timing.
We'll give Monki praise on that for sure. I think that the direction to attack bot and get them ahead was good. But I saw Breathe hitting base under the turret, and then Xiaohu hitting a wave that he couldn't. And I feel like that's why the third dragon went over to Weibo. Not the good play of WE. That play is never available if we don't touch that wave, you know?
Yeah. It's just so crazy to think that, like, we're saying this about some of the most veteran names we know in the LPL, and we're seeing these mistakes, and that has been a constant this entire split. There has not been a consistent Weibo, and it's been a little bit troubling to watch.
Yeah, this game definitely been Tian as a nice pillar against Xiaohu there.
Dude,
Baits the flick out
can't
too.
do anything.
Monki feeling good on the Trundle, as he is, of course, going for some more move speed.
We're already on 2 items,
get him out of the flicks. Yeah.
We're already on 2 items.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're looking.
What are we doing?
We're looking deep for Cube here. Oh.
Okay. The play has been called up. I'm at a loss for words, Cubby. I'm not gonna lie. This is tough to watch. I mean, I don't know what that play was supposed to be, but
it was supposed to be a look on New York. It's gonna be a free Otacon instead.
I guess so. Oh,
all right.
My goodness.
Otacon taken by Team WE. It's gonna be traded as mid outer. Gonna be focused down with the Rift Herald and a TP coming in for top inner. So trading Otacon for turrets and a little bit of tempo.
Mid lane too.
Yeah, control on the top side of the map as the crash of the inner comes in. That's okay for Weibo. The issue is though, they're up against the Dragon Soul, and the control for the last sequence that we've had, 1 minute now out until Dragon spawns, has been W in the bot side, Weibo on the top side, and now W trying to push them out of the mid lane, as they have full control over the bot side and should be able to take mid outer on this push.
Oh man, and you're on Dragon Soul here in 45 seconds. These second items couldn't come quickly enough for Weibo. They did just finish the Leandries for Xiaohu. That's going to be huge, but can they even fight here, Cubby? Can they put up a contest on a Cloud Soul? I mean, you give a Cloud Soul over to this Trundle, to this Yorick, things like that. It's going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be, again, Cloud Dragon, the highest win rate soul, technically. I think a lot of fans at home might be surprised about that one. But of course, move speed, the hidden OP stat in the League of Legends, always very valuable, as it helps ensure control and ability to make some plays, Bazel. As at the moment, Weibo
movement speed is crazy.
Trying to find some control here. We do have to take inventory of the flashes. All flashes up at the moment, minus Hong, who will have that replacement flash and Hex Flash. So I think he's still feeling okay.
Yeah, just the entrance is going to be so difficult here. See how much vision control Weibo have put down. You have to remember, WE are not forced to fight this. If they don't feel confident or comfortable, they can let this one go. They have built themselves this setup to be able to make
what do they
decision.
get if they let it go? Like, that's my thing, is I don't think they can trade a lot. They're going to try and take the mid
for Karis,
wave,
maybe?
and then you can get some free time, but is time really their friend this game? I think they have a lot of peel for Varus, but it may not be enough. We have seen on-hit Varus be limited, and you can see Light doing a really nice job of landing some poke here. And Light, of course, being that last pick this game. It's a very comfortable game for Ezreal, so we'll see what he can do. As the Dragon has been started by Tian and Weibo.
They got to pull the trigger. They got to do something. They're going to come around the corner here as well.
Stuck.
WE, the big stop by Karis. Tian tries to get in the pit. He can't do it. It's going to be secured by Monki. Afterwards, the fight, the hostile takeover goes through, but WE, they're fighting tooth and nail here. They're able to find one. Breathe is going down two. Big pick off. And now Taeyun is stepping forward with his flash. They wipe 3 members of Weibo off. They get the soul, and WE are running away with this game.
I'm really surprised that Weibo didn't stick the dragon previously, because it felt like WE just took the mid wave, walked in, and walked all over Weibo, who were split. Look at the globals. They were forced out. There's no use to the Weaver's Wall, no use to the Grand Starfall. And Weibo just didn't have the conditions, didn't have the setup to actually try and take that, because they allowed WE back into the river. As diving in, a Light was connected with good poke. Karis gets them stuck. Breathe and Xiao, who are coming in for the collapse. Like, where's the Weaver's Wall in this? The fact that, like, there wasn't a Weaver's Wall casted. Xiao has a potential for a really nice angle. Instead, he gets stuck by Cube. And then the rest of the fight, beautiful handshake by Vampire, but Breathe flashes air as he gets nothing, and Light just gets ran down because Xiao, who's split, and Tian is also split away from the team. As the split up Weibo, again, just punished by WE.
I mean, you can just absolutely tell. I don't know what has happened to the leadership on this team, but it feels non-existent. And I don't know if it's a support setup or what. Tian just throws his life away into the pit, into the meat grinder that is WE. And this is a catastrophe for Weibo. I mean, this looks pitiful for a team that has some of the biggest names in the LPL.
This was a 1.5K gold lead with a Rift Herald and a team where it's like, okay, we know how we can play the game as Weibo. And they were not able to sync up the Pantheon and Talia at all. Tian has had a couple of spears that were thrown out for fun, if we're going to be honest. And
it sucks because, like, this team can look really good, but when you're falling apart like this, it makes everybody doubt, everybody think about what is going on with this team. And now, speaking of, they're going to find an engage. Unfortunately, Hung will bite the dust already, and you have that lethal tempo Varus just chugging away. I don't understand what they're trying to do. Maybe just go ahead and go on to game number 2 here.
Yeah, this game's over.
And get this one over with.
This game is over as Cube
is looking pretty three-dimensional is all I'm going to say.
Yes,
He's looking for like a pretty good three-dimensional Cube right there.
And Monki with yet another good Trundle performance, as he really has been trying to make Trundle work. And this game got out of control fast from Weibo Gaming. WE take the Baron, run over with it, and Weibo Gaming.
Wow.
That was grim, man. That was a pretty ugly game one from them.
That was a very ugly game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been flamed in the past for being a little bit too hard in LPL English here. This is a game before playoffs, and like, that's rough.
I mean, look at the faces of the Weibo players. Like, you could see it on their faces. Like, they know that was, like, what the hell was that?
They were up 1.5K gold with a Herald. We're like, okay, this game state's good. You can reset, make plays from that. Weibo gets picked one by one. They give up the soul point. They refuse to take the dragon when they had control before. Just some really surprising decision-making and decision trees from Weibo, who, again, when you play that Panthelia, you expect them to be the set plays in the side lanes. We didn't see that once. You can see my hair is green. After that one, I was struggling through that game as well. Oh, the difference of LPL from the top 5 teams.
Screenshot. Oh, and please, like, can we get that on social media, please?
Oh, it's not good.
Game number 1 of WE Weibo, and then just his hair.
That was not good. You know what we're looking for between these teams before playoffs get started. We did see Team WE with the Trundle. I think it was a good game for Trundle. Monki played it out pretty well. But the response for Weibo, that looked pretty grim.
Yeah, it looked tough. And I think that's where we can highlight WE. I know you were talking about, it was a lot on WBG mistakes, but I think there was a situation where they had good timers around objectives. They knew how to play around this early game. We talked about the proactivity needed from Monki. We saw him everywhere, it felt like, and a lot of influence on Xiaohu, who after he got that flash burn, they returned multiple times to punish him, force him out of that pressure in the lane. And I think if we get this WE, like, this is a W you can be a bit confident in going into the playoff play-in to potentially get into the playoffs themselves.
I mean, a win here, they would face LGD, and I think that would be huge for them to be group ascension in Split 2.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, Split 3. Because, again, that play-in stage, if you win that game, not only do you move into playoffs, but you move into group ascension for Split 3. That is significant. I think that the play-in games have some of the highest stakes games that we've had just in the LPL because of that. Like outside of Group Nirvana, as again we take inventory of the damage.
God, man, what the all is that gold graph? Jesus,
that's pretty tough.
That's like less than a 5-minute span. That's like 3 minutes.
It's a 10-minute span where it went from a 2.2k gold lead and a herald in your pockets to your Nexus is boomed. And
oh my god,
it's not what you want to see out of a team that, again, I think that Weibo, just given the expectations we had for them going into this split, they're at the low end. Like, we're playing for a best of 3 to decide the 6th seed between us and Team WE, and we just got smoked after the first 15 minutes. Went well for Weibo Gaming, and this feels like a team that just wasn't together at all in that game. That was a lot of disconnect and dis-synergy as we go back through these replays.
That's the hardest thing about this whole situation is, like, this is a point where you're like, maybe you just show up, you smash, you show off that strength that we know this team for, but they haven't yet. And WE, they did win the last series 2-1 against Weibo. It was a situation where they had a very hard-fought 3-game series, but Weibo need to show a little bit of that grit here. We need to go back to the table of the 3 things we wanted from this team and figure out what works.
And then Tian,
it was
just this is where things start to go wrong. Oh, Tian, like Taeyun had everything up. There's not enough damage here. Light doesn't step up or can't really step through. Xiaohu went down during that time. We're way late to contest the Dragon. We missed out the minute-long sequence before where Weibo were actually first the objective, had control, and just didn't take it. They gave it up, gave up mid-wave, and just allowed them to take all the space. As, frankly, Weibo Gaming playing like they'd rather face Thundertalk right now with how they kind of played out the rest of that one.
And I think it's just really difficult to, like, figure out and break down what Weibo need to do to come into game number 2. I just think they need to return on League of Legends, turn it off, turn it back on again, and then just play the video game.
That was grim. I do want to give WE credit. I think that Annie Trundle is unironically a really good combo because the stun into the pillar into getting Trundle the DPS is actually really nice. Again, and Talia is a mid that does struggle against that. Like, Trundle just stacks up enough move speed. So again, I think that's a good game for Trundle, and the fact that Monki and Tarzan have really started to use this pick, and it's re-emerging as a pick in Fearless. That's good. I know that his kit is somewhat limited, but what it does is really good if you find the right scenario for it. I do think that was the right scenario for it. Only Ezreal really gets the function, and how do they use the Trundle early on? Set the Ezreal behind. Even though that was 2 kills that went over to the Rel on that dive, I think that's where the direction from Team WE is good, and that's where we really saw WE at their best when Monki is going for plays, going for invades, trying to be aggressive. This is a team that, from the news that we've got or what we picked up on other social media sites, this is Monki's team. He is the the one who really runs this team. As he's a player where everything goes through him. So I think that really matters when you're looking at this squad. And of course, Monki going to pick up the clock here, and rightfully so. Trundle was really good.
It was. It
Approach
was
velocity,
a premier
baby.
match. True that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a premier matchup for me tonight. Tian versus Monki. I know the return to Monki, the kind of focus on Monki, trying to figure out how to get this guy as more of a crucial aspect to your wins for WE has borne them success. But we had questions on how he could do that against Tian, who typically is such a controlling jungler in that setup. But this time around, his Trundle seemed a little bit stronger than Tian could handle there. And that's going to feel really good to start off for WE, but they still have to close out the series. There's a difference for winning one game and winning the series as it is. But that means we're going to be getting ready to go off to a game number 2. Before we do, though, got to give a special shout out. We're extremely grateful to our coffee subscribers and YouTube members, as you guys help level up the show on a daily basis. A lot of those payments go to paying the on-air talent who volunteer their time on a daily basis. We've had 250 plus games covered in the regular season. All the production is here every day while we get to swap out as casters. Production is here all the time. So all your love and all your subscriptions go to support this very thing that we've all loved to put together for you, and the cool broadcast package upgrades that we've gotten. So make sure you go to that link in the chat. It should be linked there. Go subscribe. You also get access to a lot of content and potentially asking some questions and interviews too. So make sure you go join us there and subscribe. Thank you all so much. We'll see you for game number 2 on the other side of this. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and I don't even know if the games have started yet. I think we're getting to our first game now, if you're a Weibo fan. If you're Team WE, no, absolutely, Game 1 happened. They took a smashing Game 1 victory over Weibo Gaming, and now we get to take a little bit of pause of that. Maybe clear our memory a little bit from that game number 1, and talk about MOBA Trainer. Yeah?
I was a fan of Trundle. And apparently Weibo were too, because Weibo kind of decided to troll the end of that one. But anyway, well, of course, we do have MobaTrainer.gg, where you guys can play drills, puzzles, work on your mechanics to improve outside of the game within League of Legends. So we have a chest and a key, but what are we going to play here, Mazel? I'm going to leave it up to you.
We're going to do the chest. I want to do the chest. I want to do the loot.
What do we got?
Let's do it.
Thank you, Brad.
The chest. We got
Finish the bundle.
Claim. We got to claim it. Let's claim it. We got
4
keys. We got more puzzles. We got more time.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and pop into the puzzle. I like doing the random puzzle. It's always a great time.
Oh, no,
we're gonna take a look at boss.
I gotta put myself in the mind of the boss. Okay, we're playing Aurelia into Gnar. Respect. As this is a good counter pick. Oh, we're playing the AP Aurelia. Looks like we have a Comet and a Gnasher's Tooth that we're working on. Maybe it looks like from a scrim too. We're actually, hold on.
All right, we got to.
We already have enemy jungle warded. I think that we could actually fog the mid because the wave isn't there yet, and we have a Galio mid into an Orianna. Ori is hovering down, but we have Rakan walking too. I'm gonna go fog the mid.
Fog the mid. Good choice. Good choice. Look at you, Cubby. Those brain cells working overtime.
I like
Let's
it.
Go.
Yeah, I mean we had Rakan walking too. I actually do really like the walk coming out from the rats here. As boss can rat his way in the mid lane. Look at that. We have a Galio. Really good synergy here. W connects. We chase. The passive for Aurelia is quite nice. We have nothing else in the tank. I think we back off.
Oh, back off. Okay.
Yeah,
see, I go bloodthirsty. Go for kill, bro.
Oh.
Even though you have no idea where the rest of the
Okay, never mind. We got the kill. I'm trolling. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, that's
right.
okay. It's okay to troll sometimes.
We were going to miss the top wave anyway, so I'm kind of trolling with that. And
you recall, right?
I think we just recall. I mean, okay, hold on. No. Okay, actually, the real one is we walk bot, and then we have our bot lane walk top, if I'm going to be honest. That's the real answer.
That's the real big brain play.
You weren't ready for that. We had Corki channeling recall. Could have picked up that bot wave instead.
Okay, well, Baus decides to go top. We unfortunately bat 1 out of 3, which isn't great. But,
I like my proposed solution.
That's why he's a professional.
I like my proposed solution that MOBA Trainer didn't recognize, and I think that's why I'm actually a professional.
And that's why you need to take more MOBA Trainer, because you need to get better at League of Legends, Cubby.
That's true. I need to piece together.
If you enjoyed that, though, make sure you go subscribe. You can get 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds go to benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So go make sure to level up your game today. Actually, really cool stuff over there, and we get chests with keys in it. So we get a little bit of fun.
I really like the skill shot trainer. The fact they have like little play field that they made, and they have the right channel times and missile speeds with the mini bots. I actually think is quite useful. It's a nice way to drill. As I've always said that ARAM is kind of fun if you're an AD actually to get team fight reps in, just front to backs. See how much you can get in. That's some code.
All right, Cubby.
But,
we got one thing. We gotta check. Your hair's looking pretty normal right now. We're gonna keep an eye on it. That's
because the game hasn't started yet, Mazel.
That is the biggest storyline of the rest of the day. We're gonna keep checking in. We got 24/7 eyewitness news right on his hair. It'll be fine. Weibo though, they're witnessing a blue side start for this game number 2. They want to try to get something a little bit more powerful, a little bit more stable for themselves, as we are already through the first phase of bans.
Yeah, that Rumble ban on 3 prompting a Gwen ban is going to maintain the Azir ban against Karis. Not the biggest pick for Xiaohu. They're going to open up with a Sion, which I gotta say really sets up for Lilia. I know we've seen a little bit less Lilia now in the newest patch, but Sion Lilia to me actually really emerged as a powerful duo that we have in the LPL. The idea is that Sion gets big enough and Lilia gets big enough with items where you just win any and all forever fights. with Cyan able to create a lot of room, and combos with Lilia can be really nice and give her a stable lane. But at the moment, we're going to have a Lucian make an emergence. I will say Lucian does like when he has some tanks to try and create some space. And we're going to see this Shen come in for Cube.
Are we cooking? Are we cooking? Can we get like an Orianna here? A Zed? Do we get the Zed again?
Zed of the Shen.
So many things.
Zed of the Shen sounds terrible, Mazel.
WE.
I see a low-range comp, and I would like to take a Lilia here if I am Weibo. They might be concerned about the pick potential that could come out, but of course, opportunity to grab bot lane. Callista, definitely something that you can play into Lucian. It's not the best matchup in the world, but of course with Renata and Nico off the table, looks like they want to go for something different. Going to be the Misfortune.
Not a
fan. At least bring that early Vamp Scepter, but into Lucian, I gotta say, I actually really like Lucian into MF. So this is a little bit surprising to see. I wonder what they can pair up
with it too.
I'd like we just take Leona Nautilus now. That's quite interesting.
Do you not just go Braum here? Like this is so
is
OP.
what LCK is doing.
So good.
Braum is really, really strong into MF and Leona. This is what LCK has been doing a lot with Lucian.
Instant concussive blows.
I will say that for a long time, shout out to Mobility, a long-time Lucian player, Winthrop has been playing this all the time with Lucian plus Fauna Life abusers. Because if you have Fauna Life, you are able to proc Lucian passive, which is really big for the damage in this kit with some of the reworks they've done in the past. So, but again, this has been a really popular lane in LCK. So good to see it make an emergence in LPL, because it has had pretty much no priority here, as supports really want to move on the map and make plays, whereas LCK it's been one of the most dominant bot lanes we've seen, actually, on this patch.
All right, we're looking at the second phase. We see Xiaohu racking his brain here. What does he want to go with? What does he want to ban away? As mid lane can take priority in the second phase, we still have that to pick. And the Rise was the ban from WE. It's going to be the Victor from Weibo.
Like the Victor ban, of course, Leandri's builder into Scion also can help deal with MF. Another way to cancel that bullet time with that Victor R, of course, always takes down channels. Can be quite nice.
Ooh, the Aurora.
Curious if we get any shield break coming in for Weibo Gaming.
I mean, I feel like Weibo, I mean, do you...
Or a Serpent's
I know it's not necessarily the biggest pick. But I would love to see them take away Orianna. I would love to see them take away Orianna here. Okay, it's the Lilia ban.
They banned Lilia? Zed?
There it is. And then he can take the Orianna if he wants. And that's I called it, Cubby. I literally called it. I knew this was coming. And if they get the Orianna, they have the Shockwave combo. They have the Shen ulti on top of it. They have direct backline access. My God, this WE comp is cooking. Your hair just changed, by the way. We got our first check-in.
I think we're cooking too hard, Lennon. I don't know why we're picking Zed here, but you know what? Monkey won the 1v1, so I guess monkey see, monkey do. He
monkey see, monkey kill, just like we said.
Yeah,
they're gonna steal it.
You just take Zinori. I think this is much better for Weibo. And we're going to have to run. We're running the triple ninja comp. Potentially here for Karis.
A full TFT comp.
I think Akali has value, but no one kills Scion later on. So we have to ignore the Scion as Team WE and save him for later. And it's going to be all about finding that backline with Zed, Akali, and Shen. So we have two ninjas able to port the third one into that backline.
What is
this
draft, man? What?
I mean, we got smiles on Team WE's face. I'm just really shocked that Weibo decided to ban Lilia. I think Lilia's good.
3 games, Cubby.
I mean, like Leona Scion can get picks in a Lilia. Your mid game is actually really good in that pick. And I think that with Shen Braum, you actually need a main engage. And that's where I struggle with the Team WE comp, is that their engage is really just Zed, Akali going in with a Shen ult. They don't really have a main engage besides that.
I feel like it's a pretty disrespectful draft for sure from WE, but it keeps right as rain my prediction of us going to 6 games today. So you know that is fine too.
I think you're right. I think blue side bias is shining today, Mazel. We decided to pick Zed into Sion Leona.
That is
it's gonna be
disrespectful
fine.
as hell. But what if they do it? But what if they do it?
Has Monki ever cared about respect, Mazel?
Nope.
I don't think so
either.
either.
Time.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, like, we're memeing about the second draft, we're memeing about third game, but this series is omega important for both sides, right? You win here, you face LGD, you face that first seed coming in from the group Nirvana. If you lose, you go face TT. Some would say maybe the easier matchup is the TT matchup, but you never know, as LGD haven't played for weeks. So both teams coming down to the wire, coming down to the end. It's literally the last best of 3 for both of these teams, and it all comes down to this. It all comes down to their final seeding for the regular season, and this game number 2 to see if we can go the distance. It's Team WE versus Weibo Gaming. Game 2 now. Wait, now he's using the Galaxy Slayer skin, by the way. Oh my gosh. There's an RNG jersey there.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that was the 2018 one, too. So shout out to, of course, Uzi, All Legends inductee and member of that team. But, I mean, I will say, I think that RNG squad, probably a top 10 team of all time. League of Legends, just how close it got to the Golden Road, just throwing that one out there. Of course, Xiaohu being a part of that one as well. And gonna look to find the win here, as I will say that the way the Weibo Gaming played those last 10 minutes of the last game, Mazel, it felt like they really wanted to face Thunder Talk. And this draft for Team WE, it makes me feel like they either want blue side practice or they're cooking something, because the ninjas are upon us between the Shen, Zed,
What's
and
the
Akali.
buff they get for 3 ninjas? I think it's like plus 25% attack damage, like
oh yeah,
executes, something like that. So they got a buff, because this is we're playing CST.
Yeah, it depends on the set.
Yeah.
Of course, Monki does have the Conquer, and we're expecting to see the CDR Zed. So likely to go for Eclipse, Black Cleaver, Shojin, those items. I do like that build. I actually think Zed has real value there. And if you're able to get your abilities off, it's pretty nice. I just like it better in solo lanes because you have more access to experience. But, of course, Monki set him up to be a specialty jungle player. And he does like the chaos, so we'll see what kind of chaos he's able to create. We have seen there'd be a lot of success for Team WE when Monki is able to get creative early and play the game out the way that he wants to play it.
We saw that come to a head last game, specifically against Tian. Trundle much different than the Zed, I will say. And the 2v2 down here, also something of a little bit of an importance, as Concussive Blow is going to be procced onto Hung. Hung, you overextended your bounds, and you will die in the 2v2. One more pop shot, and that's WE running away with it bot lane. Another pop of the Concussive Blows, not going to be there. One more, not going to do it. Taeyun still ends up getting first blood.
Flash needed, but Team WE can burn their sums and find Hong. As Weibo, they're going to need to dig deep. They want to find this one. Of course, that wave going to crash. We'll see if Xin Zhao can get anything done, but got to figure that Team WE's bot lane can get the base off before. And we'll see what Monki wants to do. Is he's going to find Leona in the river. And Cube and Breathe getting some trading down up top.
A little bit dicey up there. So, I know you might not be as versed in the Zed jungle, but definitely needs to be a bit of a proactive pick, I feel like.
I mean, your clear speed is ballistic, and you don't necessarily have to be proactive. You just have to make sure you're clearing, as at the moment looks like Monkeys. No way.
Steal it, steal it. Oh my god! Tian, no. Tian, not like this. Not like this. It's just a scuttle, everybody. It's just a scuttle crab. It's fine. It's
Tian
fine.
had flash up. He thought it was free. I don't know. Monki didn't take either crab from the look of things. It looks like he's just going to cycle his camps out again. Does have Smite. Of course, his passive to try and secure this one, as Tian might look to get frisky.
He takes the skirmish as well early. I mean, that's the benefit of Xin Zhao. And now Monki already has half health. He's just potentially going to die. The flash
Tian's
out, though.
Deep.
Does have about half his health back. He'll regen a little bit of that as he goes back into this top side, as Monki They're going to come around again. The clone is there. I'll be able to get a little bit of damage on Tian.
That's
Could
nice.
look for the kill. He has the auto attack that gives you the extra damage there, too.
Yeah, that was really well played, actually, by Monki. Tian has red buff and smite. He's going to get the news that this crab's up. And we'll see if he smites this one, or if Vampire is able to take it away. As we do have a swap coming in, and we'll say that with the MF plus the Scion, your ability to find swaps is really good. Scion wants to be in the 1v2 compared to most of the other top laners. He's a lot happier in that scenario than a Shen. And MF, your ability to rotate is next to none. His light is actually going to come behind the wave, and they might look to dive Cube.
It's a 4-man up here. They can take down Cube. He does have PP, but there's not going to be an exit strategy here. Getting a little bit damaged preemptively. He goes for the flash.
Tian's
Still
dead.
ends up falling. Tian going to burn his flash,
Okay.
too.
Tian flashes to get on out, and that's going to be a successful swap for Weibo Gaming. Breathe already burned his TP, so going to have to walk down here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet. It will be a free dragon going over to WE for recompense. But hey, good play here by Weibo. They get a couple plays over the MF and Leona.
They execute it nicely. They do burn some of their summoners, but still going to be well worth it to get Tian a little bit of something. Taeyun going to be farming up some turret plates down in bot side. The Lucian going to be pretty terrifying. WE going to be right back to their early dragon stacking ways. That's something that was much to the benefit of them last game as well.
It takes Zed a little bit to get that one done. I love how Scion just gets absolutely tickled by the Lucian right now. There is no damage
Nobody will touch him. I completely agree.
Yeah, I think that, of course, WE, like TPing Cube back up here. We're kind of stuck in this lane state now, where Light's doing a nice job of just last hitting the creeps. The wave's coming into him. And Taeyun is so Breathing can do his best to maybe even pull this. And yeah, WE, they do not want to be in this scenario. They really want the 1v1s and the 2v2s. So we'll play by Weibo to find this one.
A little bit of stabilization, a little bit of riding of the ship, and that's one of the 3 points that we talked about. And I think for Weibo, we haven't necessarily seen the other answers from them. Obviously, the solo lanes were a big focus going into the day.
I don't even know what the focus is for this one. I just feel like we need utter chaos on the side of Team WE to find stuff. As they're going to see the Lucian Braum top.
Oh,
and we're going to see
my
Xiaohu.
God, look at that execution. Xiaohu's going to pop from the death mark, and Monki, he gets his own kill.
Well, of course, the double assassins into Orianna. Definitely something that Xiaohu could be vulnerable into. He doesn't even burn his flash, and frankly, it would not have mattered. As Karis could have followed through.
Dude, that combo from Karis was actually so nuts. Oh, Karis.
It's fine. He's got flash. He can't die.
He's all right. Oh, is he? Is he okay?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
he can't die.
He's fine. He's fine.
They put Light and Hong mid. So maybe we have a play here for the Grubs because they're going to get pushed. Karis cannot really deal with a wave clear. And I actually like this. I will say that one thing for Team WE, they have 0 wave clear on their team. So like the ability for Scion, MF, Orianna to push versus the Shen, Akali, and Lucian, it's very real. I think that if Weibo are able to just play the waves, it's going to be very beneficial to them in this game. Of course, there's a bit of a hodgepodge composition with the two ninjas trying to get the third one to the back line. And we'll see what kind of chaos they can create to actually make this game interesting. So far, that's a little bit of a lead for Team WE, but I'm just... With a far less standard team composition, and for me, a team composition that doesn't scale super well. Again, if we don't ignore... You have to ignore Scion in fights later on, because you cannot kill Scion. I think that they have some tools to do that, but not all the tools. His time is definitely the friend of Weibo. I just don't think this lead is big enough to justify the comp so far, but we'll see if Team WE can change our minds. Okay. Zed has that ult in a couple seconds. And he's going to have a Shen with him.
I mean, this is so scary. Again, Breathe is even this early, just untouchable. Vampire is going to fall. They're trying to get the back line. They actually try to take down Light. They do end up doing so, but they're losing their health bars now. Monki is out of there in the pit now. Tian trying to fight his way through, but look at Breathe. He's still untouchable here. He is the unstoppable mountain, and he's going to try to run at WE now. Wind does not become lightning. They will go for the rest of the Grubs.
Karis' ult is coming back up. I actually think there's a world where Karis could look again, but he's going to look mid. I would rather have Taeyun actually push mid and Karis be here, but they're just going to drop it as a whole. As Tian is actually pulling that grub, and then, okay, the other one aggroes him. That was interesting. We'll say Team WE, I was very surprised to see the Shen ult come down onto the Braum. I feel like if Shen ults someone else, he's actually able to join the fight, and it might have been able to be a wipe.
And I think that's the most difficult part about this whole situation is, like, honestly, we're chaos filled in this game number 2. Like, I want to have confidence in Weibo. I want to have confidence in this composition, but we know what happened in game number 1, Cubby.
Yeah, as we saw Monki do some dancing with some of the shadows there. And Monki did some nice work in this fight, as it was able to slink his way on out of there. Of course, Breathe trading his flash with Tian. That is quite nice. Something that they might be able to punish later on, even with the Lucian being pretty slippery. As, oh my, Vampire took free boots. I will say, okay, so I was the #1 ranked Brahmin A for a little bit when I did peak GM. It was an early season GM, so it doesn't really count, but we'll talk about it. My solo Q tech was actually free boots and approach velocity, which I feel like a lot of Braum players don't abuse. And it's really good for Braum, because the more move speed you get in fights, the easier it is to apply and proc your passive for more people. So I'm surprised to see Vampire actually abusing that tech. I think it's quite good. As he wants to stay in lane with Lucian to be very supportive, so free boots is something you can get away with. Kind of nice.
Very true. Yeah, I kind of like it. It gives you a little bit of spikes. We are in first items, getting to that point at least for Weibo, but already have the Essence Reaver for Tian. That's a huge spike for the Lucian.
It is. And with the dragon spawning, we'll see if Team WE wants to use it. As I also want to see where Monki's at. I'm curious how close he is to Eclipse. Because I did see... Yeah, Monki has an Eclipse. That's the big one for me, Mazel.
Oh, that is huge.
Yeah, the Eclipse spike's always a biggie. And we'll see if Monki's able to drive this from home.
Yeah, I think... again, he takes it so slow. So you definitely need to have a little bit of teamwork there. But Tian is backing. So not really going to find too much there. And they aren't going to start it up even. So the early dragon stacking going to go to the wave side a little bit.
It's okay. I think that, again, Team WE, it's going to be about getting these stand uniteds to stand with the other ninjas and get into the backline. As I will say the one perk right now is, of course, the push, I think, is a little bit of a struggle for Team WE. Like, they need this Shen to work towards the Tiamat, as Tian's actually going to take this one in. Monki caught.
Oh, they actually do end up finding a huge pick there, and that's a little bit of the setup that this team comp can have.
I mean, Zed just couldn't move as the Leona engaged connected. Well played Hong. And well played Tian to force that shadow out and set that one up. Monki should have flashed the Solar Flare, but didn't want to, and then got 100% chain CC'd. So you can see, working in the Merc Treads doesn't quite have it yet, and of course, not only delay the dragon stacking, will prevent it as it goes over to potentially Weibo here. Karis is fishing with a Monki all the way in base. Gotta figure there's gonna be no fight. And Taeyoon's dead too. Alright, well that's a bummer. As Leona takes him down as well. And with Karis.
Oh my goodness. Okay. There's the combo. Okay, he's gonna instantly flash out. But they're trying to put together the pieces.
I mean, I feel like Team WE just lost everywhere, Mazel.
Well, it fits my narrative that we're going to 3, so I'm fine with it.
It certainly looks like it. The ninjas couldn't find anything. It was a simple flash away from Tian. That was it.
I understand the game 1 building confidence for yourself, right? Like, you're like, holy cow, we just destroyed Weibo. That's incredible.
It might have been too much confidence.
You just go out, you just disrespect the ever-loving hell out of this team.
It might have been too much confidence, Mazel. We cooked something, that's for sure.
Shit. If they had the Orianna, I think it's very different, but it was very obvious what they wanted, and Xiaohu just takes that away all day. He's also been very good on the Orianna.
Again, the Monki just needs to flash Solar Flare because he already burned the Shadow and was chain CC'd before he could use the ultimate of his own. And then as this setup continues, Taeyoon's going to side of the face check this brush. And that's a questionable one for me as he's down flash. Good clicks by Hong to actually get Taeyoon to kind of stop him. Use his body to block path. That is nice. Little mechanic there from Hong. But again, Team WE...
Is this going to be blue side dominance?
Well, yes, Mazel, because we decided to pick Akali and Zed, okay, with a Shen. Which, sadly, if we're not ahead, I think that we're going to struggle. So Team WE wanting a little bit
that we
more...
probably see every day of the week in the LPL with very meta decisions by Weibo.
They wanted more control over, you know, blue side practice. I think that's what Team W is looking for is at the moment.
Dude, watch. Okay.
Breathe no flash.
Okay.
Or Breathe has flash and all.
They got somewhere. Oh, okay. Well,
There's the flash.
He's fine.
Yep.
Yep. He's fine. And now Monki is overstayed. Monki is just going to die. Yeah, does have the clone out, but is it going to be enough? Going to have to burn the flash too, and that is terrifying. Because they're actually going to turn right back on the Cube, who also has to be a bit careful. And the damage that Zinzao does ain't no joke. He's already got the Sundered Sky, but he's also has got Phage.
I mean, they don't call him Win Now for nothing, you know? Zin, I think Zin's really emerged as a dominant pick. It just feels like he is the stat check king.
More so than Vi, too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's just stat check king.
Oh, the double solar flare. The unbreakable will not nearly be enough. Oh, Wind becomes lightning does not connect. A little bit corkscrewed on that one. All right, Monki looking mid. Light overextending a little bit. Death Mark is available. They are just going to push this wave out, though, and it's going to be the Rift Herald start by Weibo.
Weibo going to continue to have control over this game. Again, I think it's really big for Weibo. Just the wave clear that they have access to between the Scion, Orianna, MF is so much more than what Akali, Lucian could bring to the table. Shen will help out a little bit with the Titanic Hydra, but again, I think if Weibo just plays the waves, they're going to be fine. Like I said, they tickle the Rift Herald and actually pull off a bit. That enables Team W to get in here. Maybe Weibo wants to fight.
Oh, a little bit of damage there from Monki going in, but he's tanking the Rift Herald and get.
Cube. That's nice.
Okay, Cube got a
They have
nice
no follow-up, though.
Yeah, there's literally nobody even close to him.
There's no hard engage for Team WE. Like,
Cool.
that is their hard engage. It is that
the
or
ninja
Promo.
that goes in last went in first that time.
Oh, wait.
Okay, Karis got one. They might find more, but again, nobody can touch Breathe.
That's two.
Breathe is just in the back line, but now it's a 5v1 and they take him down. That's 2 kills to Karis, a double going to WE. And what just happened, Cubby?
Hong didn't get an ult off. We have no ult for Light, who just straight up wasn't in the fight. And same with Tian. As, again, Weibo...
He's going to die to the Rift Herald.
No, he'll be fine. He's got some help from Tian and Vampire. But it's been a game for me where it's been really about... wait, hold on, Tian. We haven't
doesn't have
spited
the
this
fight.
yet.
Okay. Can he get? Oh,
Can he
Tane's
deny
gonna
this?
sacrifice his life.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. All right. Well, I hope the eye was worth it. An eye for an eye, they say.
Accurate. I think we can also see why we don't trust everything that the Bible told us from the Old Testament.
Oh my God.
This was nice
this
from Cube.
play, man.
It's a good start, but again, there's just no follow-up for WE, and then I need to get a look at what happened with Weibo here. Karis ends up finding a nice angle, as, again, Light is just never able to get into the fight because of the angle that Karis took. The Akali is too strong at this point, and Karis ended up just straight up splitting all of Weibo.
Yeah.
Light being at half with no bullet time, that wasn't a fight. And again, I just question Weibo pulling off that Rift Herald in the first place. Like, the fact they gave up that objective initially, that enabled Team WE to get back in and actually find that setup. So Weibo...
Oh. Okay, they've got the stand united. They're looking for a play. They want to take this Dragon. Dragon's about half health, though. Monki waiting for his entrance. Glacial Fisher will be used. Vampire going low. Here goes Karis. He's into the back line, but they've lost him. Taunt goes wide, but Karis still gets the kill. And Xiaohu's still alive. He's got to be a little bit careful. Taeyun gets the culling onto one, but Karis will fall in the end. Monki got a kill on the back end on Tian. They did end up getting the Dragon over to Weibo, but the fight to WE.
Dragon secured, really nice Shen teleportation system, as that's the engage. Getting Karis into the backline. Again, it's not guaranteed. You got to be a little bit creative, but when Karis is able to do that, it looks good. And Karis had a nice Akali game so far, Marcel.
Yeah,
I know that was actually a highlight that we had for Team WE, right? Is Karis, it was comfort for Karis. Frankly, him being in that assassin role is not something I'm used to seeing, but Karis has had some good looks so far. As again, the trigger pull for Weibo, they're waiting for Breathe, who does cast his ultimate, but Hong's going on to the Braum, which straight up doesn't matter. And then they ignore their carries.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
I look at the peel for Weibo. Tian, Hong, and Breathe. No one's peeling for the carries. Breathe was the closest one, who ends up finding a double. But initially, I think that all three went in, and no one peeled. Really opened up things for Karis and Cube in that backline.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm still seeing that dysfunction from Weibo in these fights. The leadership just doesn't feel like it's there anymore. Like, this team, who most of these members were on this roster when we've seen such high highs from them. We're not seeing that same concise togetherness in the team fights. We're seeing such split decision making.
The togetherness was to throw everything at the Braum too, which is a problem in itself. So that's also.
I mean, I know Crisp had a big impact, but man, I don't know. There's just it's been different since Hung took the major rope, since Crisp went away.
Yeah.
And obviously all the switches and things with Weibo. Things have just looked so different for this team. They still have a lot to say here. I mean, Breathe is still an untouchable monster as long as he doesn't get picked off with the rest of the team.
Again, the Scion's going to scale to infinity, right? And there is not someone that's going to deal with Scion well.
Nobody.
Yeah. Monki is going for Youmuu's Ghostblade, not the Black Cleaver, which I'm a little bit surprised about. As he's really trying to value him getting into the backline and finding those characters. We saw Scion get a double kill in that last fight, and again, Taeyun's not going second item LDR. So Scion's going to be a very, very, very happy camper here in this game. But it is kind of scary. I mean, Karis is actually doing some work on the backline, and it's a decent game for Akali. Like, the only hard CC that Akali really has to worry about is Hong. So I do want to see Hong, or of course there is Q3 from Tian, like an Insta-R from Breathe. Like, there are options, right? But a lot of these are conditional going up against Akali. Hong is the one member who isn't conditional, so would love to see Hong at least. Someone has to be on peel duty next fight for Weibo. Because if not, like, then the ninjas can run rampant. If so, and you're able to neutralize that, then make this a standard team fight outside of that, that's where Weibo's comp's going to be much, much happier.
Big thing here, though, we are on second item spike, so we're feeling like maybe WE have some power here behind them. I gotta say, Xiaohu is still a little bit of ways away from his second item completion. And I think some of these items, like especially the IE completed with Taeyun, he's going to have a ton of damage. Luckily, Light has a bit of an answer on the other side, but we're going to see them pull the trigger because Xiaohu, again, he's lacking that second item. They just want to try to take him out from the team. TP going to be used from Breathe. Now
watch Breathe.
Looking for it. He's trying to get onto Karis. The unstoppable onslaught gets dodged out of. Stand United going to be used as Karis tries to go for the play. The shockwave goes through there, but they don't get the damage. And now they find the pick as well. They already got one. And Weibo, they're getting picked apart again. And look at Taeyun with the IE. With the completion. It's not enough. They get him in the end. That's going to be big picks from WE. And they're looking to take the rest of Weibo down. They have so much damage here. Monki is able to follow through, but now Vampire in trouble. Wind becomes lightning. Weibo want to take the fight. Monki trying to find his way through here. It is so tense, but both teams come away with blood drawn 2 for 2.
That was a weird one. I gotta say, much better job from Weibo at peeling. As Team WE, I think that just being in the choke, they couldn't get everyone through it. They really tried in the back half. I mean, they ignore the Scion. Monki gets kind of stuck here again, has to go in onto Hong. And you can see him doing his best to at least try and be creative here. Because I gotta say, I think we're getting a spectator bug with something here. I saw only 4. It's pretty much a disappeared Zed for a little bit. But yeah, Taeyun, this was so close to actually being. I can't believe that W didn't connect on the Xiaohu, who was so low. Taeyun, if he finds that one, it's another man advantage going over to Team WE, but not the case. And now, return to live, and it's all about this upcoming Dragon Soul Point on the table for Weibo Gaming, if they're able to connect with this Dragon. At the moment, did a nice job of carving out some control.
Still starting to feel the might of Weibo's complicated
They don't spec Karis? Oh my gosh,
nobody has seen him. He's got, he wants light maybe. He doesn't see him
They
just yet,
want
the
more
vision.
info. But the fact that no one's found Karis, is that someone has to flush him out.
Dude, this is an insane
Yes, okay, they got
flank.
Breathe. Thank you. Thank goodness. Breeze's going to be, yeah, that's a rocket belt out of Karis. That's good. Good job, Breathe. As you can see, Weibo, they have their two sides marked. And now
so
WE
hard,
has to kind of
man.
fight front to back. This is tough for WE.
Yeah, they do not want to fight front to back. This is such a tough team fight angle, especially with Breeze standing right in your way. An unstoppable mountain, Mount Everest, if you will, as Dragon number 3 in the eyes of Weibo. Can Monki get the steal? He's going into the pit. He gets it! It's going to be the tie, the 2-2. Now Weibo want the fight. Tian is in there like swimwear, baby, and Breathe is backing up the front line. Big Bullet time across. Monki gets to stand united in the end. Karis waiting for his moment, but his moment will never come. Weibo wipe the fight. They don't get the dragon, but this team fight is starting to rear its head.
Much, much better setup coming out from Weibo, as again, they found the front to back. Karis never found an angle to even cast the ultimate in that fight. Weibo able to play out a front to back, win that one out 3-1. As the Shockwave just nets the wave, it will be a reset for Xiaohu, and Weibo going to be happy with that one. They're going to pick up some more gold, and again, having a lead against this composition at this point of the game, a lot easier for Weibo Gaming to execute this one, and they're starting to look a little bit of a happier position. Because again, just the fact that it was a front to back here, much, much, much better. Breathe, you can see how unkillable he looks, but Monki, just lands a straight smite. Tian gets brought down to half, though, by just Tian and Breathe, and Monki tried to tank that one, but the Scion AoE from the R connected. Good bullet time this time around from Light. And the Zed was neutralized as Hong was able to be on the melees this time around. So that wish list that we had for the Weibo fight and some of the misses that we saw them have earlier on, that was fixed up there and patched up nicely.
It was. The servers are stable. They have themselves about a 1.3k gold lead as well they've been working with this comp that just gets stronger and stronger, especially as the team fights come to a head. You saw how hard it was for WE to even find entrances into that last fight.
Yeah, again, if they don't have the angles, then they're going to struggle. And I still don't see an LDR or a void staff for any sort of pen whatsoever
wild,
on this team. So this Scion is just going to continue to be Thanos in this game, as Breathe cannot be dealt with. And of course, that first pick Scion, it was a first pick Scion, and we didn't find anything to really deal with it. Our game plan is to ignore it, which that's tough to do. Scion is a rather immobile brick wall, and we have yet to see him really be navigated around. We saw one fight where Breathe was too far up, but now he's almost getting to the point where he's too tanky to be taken down Mizzell, and that's the real concern that we have for WE as this game went on.
It's just so difficult with the fact they tied both their hands behind their back themselves. But, you know, we'll see if it works out for them. WE still have had some really good fights within these. Weibo seemingly have found their answer on how to approach a lot of this. And this is a Weibo that realizes how important this series is, how important it is to get that seeding finish. That top 6 at least feels a lot better. And being able to face off there against LGD. Natacon has spawned on the top side of the map. Dragon not up for another 2 minutes. WE, their name of the game right now is finding picks. They're looking to get some vision play on top side.
Again, this game's slowing down like this. This is not the game that WE wants to play. It's very much the game that Weibo's happy to play. Their ability to clear waves is just much greater than WE. And if they can do that, that takes away a lot of the vision, a lot of the angles for Team WE. Life gets a lot easier for Weibo. As you can see, the Scion going to be wave dominant wherever he's at. Orianna MF make quick work of the waves wherever they're out too. Orianna's the side that you hover, as that's the side that a college really wants to make plays on. And Weibo Gaming have figured this one out, made things pretty nice. I will say, Monki, Serpent's Fang, that's going to feel good this game, Mizzell. I think that's worth a shout.
Oh, absolutely. It is.
It's worth a shout.
I don't know if it feels as good as the LDR, but, you know, it is worth a shout, that's for sure.
That's true. It's Flicker Blades for Lucian, so a lot more dashes to try and get around the Scion. I expect an LDR coming up next.
More ways to not deal with Breathe. Or I guess to deal with Breathe in a different way. He's on 3 items. Or like almost 3 items, right? Like he's like very close. That's just actually insane.
Well, Jacques is really expensive if that's his next one. But
true.
Yeah, he's a thick boy. Almost 1,300 bonus health.
With 3 Cs. Does he keep getting Cs as time goes on? More thickness?
I'm going to say yes. Depends on if you build the right items, you can actually get more Cs, you know. If he picks those up at the moment.
Get into a completely different spelling of thick.
Yeah.
Now it's already going to be
tough.
gone.
TP
Does
coming
Monki
in.
get it again? Does he go in? He steals it?
God.
No, it's going to be stolen by Taeyoon. That's a full permanent buff, but now they're in trouble. Unstoppable Onslaught's going to be popped, and immediately Vampire will be popped like a balloon. Karis did end up using his TP to get here, but won't be able to follow through with anything.
Soul point on the table for each of our teams. Breathe. Weibo just going to brute force their way into at least mid, but they're not going to hit the dragon coming up for transition. They want the Baron. I like this call. I think Braum is really important for this comp to function. And if I'm Weibo, just force a fight. You only burned one ultimate this time around. No smite on, or yeah. Taeyeon's at half.
Oh, they just go. They just went all the way in. Monki's about to die to the Baron here. Karis goes golden. Thought missing another taunt from Cube. That feels so bad. And he'll just flash. He gets the kill in the end.
Okay.
But it's still going to just be Xiaohu falling. And the Baron still in the eyes of Weibo.
At least he got Xiaohu. But yeah, again, this is really tough for Team WE. Weibo, the much stronger and easier to execute 5v5. No one can deal with Breathe. Is Taeyeon going to walk in here, get some of the bad news?
No
Wait,
way,
Monki could steal.
Oh my god. Okay, they're just going to go for the kill on Taeyeon. He's dashing. He's blasting.
Oh,
they find the kills. Monki is back. Oh, the double knockup, though. Taeyeon can't really do much. Gonna pop the concussive blows. They actually get the kill. Another
my
concussive
god.
blows goes through. They get him in the end. A double kill it now. Taeyeon with the calling. They actually take him down. Call them some mountain climbers, WE. They just started to the precipice of Mount Everest.
Weibo didn't want to flip it. They have to go up against a Zed Smite, which is really powerful, but the turn was terrible, and Team WE successfully ignored the Scion as Taeyeon had the bait
dude.
with the Flicker Blades, going to be able to take down the Baron, and WE turning this game.
What the hell, man? That's... Dude, WE just know how to fight. Like, I don't even know. If you're making a case to be a scary opponent, like, I don't know. I mean, I think so at this point.
I think that Weibo is making some significant errors that makes it look a lot better for WE and their ability to fight. As again, you can see the Zed doing some decent work here with the ease. They get onto Hung. This is the initial fight. Monki gets forced out. Monki gets himself all the way out. As the Shen and the Akali couldn't do the work needed. They do get Xiaohu, though, which is important. Because Xiaohu had TP up. So if he's able to base TP back, there's no way they can contest this Baron. And the Baron contest, Weibo just gets scared of the Zed Smite. They go on to Taeyeon, who again gets pretty low. Tian with the flash turn, but the winner's bite, they proc it. Taeyeon's able to get another dash, gets out, and then Monki just does absolute work here with the shadows. Look at how they stack up. Light walks in a melee range of Braum and just gets auto down. Light, that's a little bit peculiar there. As he had flat,
another concussive.
The man just walked into Braum and got one shot. I don't know what to say. As WE picked up Soul Point, they have Baron, they have a gold lead. And this game, it's the second game in a row where things have looked good for Weibo Gaming, and then they have had a pretty big chuck later on, Mazel.
We could literally go back. We could go back to your statement just a couple minutes ago and be like, this Weibo team, they're looking great. We have a lot of strength. WE can never expect to take any of these fights. And now they have a lead. Taeyeon's going to dodge out from Breathe. Yeah, he's going to be working on his LDR now. We'll start getting some of that armor crunching coming through from WE, but this is much more the game they want to play. It's no longer Weibo's game they want to play.
And Taeyeon's getting close to what looks to be the Mortal Reminder instead of the LDR. I think it's
Mortal Reminder. Yeah, I guess so, because you got the executioners.
I mean... I'd rather just take the raw stats. I don't think the heal cut's quite as valuable, but that's fine. As I gotta say, this Braum, it's providing some value. Oh, Monki gonna have to maybe flash away. It's light, like it's almost one tapped. Monki had no flash.
How much did it just cost them? Another unstoppable onslaught, solar flare. Taeyeon trying to dodge out, does have the Navori quick blades. He's going back. Oh, he overextended. He's going to try to get over to Vampire, dashing through. He wants out. Look at the thumbs up, dude. Taeyeon is feeling himself. Meanwhile, they got a tier 2 on bot side with Cube.
It's about playing around the Scion again as the Breathe. I like the flash attempt for Breathe. I don't mind it, but that winner's bite hitting and the W being up for Taeyeon meant that he was able to get some move speed, slink his way on out of there. As it was still Monki going down. So at least they were able to pick that one up. Monki now with the Edge of Night on the Zed.
Was it a shutdown too? Pretty sure it was a shutdown.
Yeah, probably.
Man, we are 4th item now for Taeyeon.
This series has still been... It's been a tough one, Mazel. I don't really too incredibly grim here, but it felt like Weibo, with some of the objective setups or how they played around some of these objectives, it's been really poor. And that's not what you want to see with play-in games looming here in the next few days.
Because it's all a stepping point, right? Like, you have a best of 5 to determine if you get into playoffs, at least here in Split 2, and then after that, you are chosen from the top 4 teams on who they want to face. And so if you make yourself look strong, if you know, as a Cobra would, fan the frills, maybe look a little bit more scary than they really are. WE right now, they're doing that. They're fanning the frills. The frills are out, bro. They're looking scary. I mean, they're drafting random stuff, and it works. I mean, not random, obviously, the triple ninja TFT comp, but these 2 games have been impressive from WE, picking up the slack of Weibo's faltering.
We like the Lucian Braum. Again, like a real power pick in the LCK. Like the fact that W is playing it here. Braum definitely helping at least create some CC. As Team WE, they got that Infernal Soul. All theirs potentially here in a minute. As Double Monster objective emerging out of the map. And we'll see if Weibo can find a front to back, or if WE, with a little bit more gold and some of the control they've been able to find on the map, can actually create an angle into Weibo.
It's literally like a standard team fight comp versus a team that's just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks in these fights, right? Like, if they find one little crack in the armor, if they find one overextend or overstep from somebody on Weibo, they can absolutely make them punished. But facing a front to back is almost near impossible for WE.
I mean, in theory, they have a lot more control over the bot river this time around. So I think it's going to be a lot easier for them to create it. You can see Karis getting pushed, and Breathe can't face check this one on his own, but is getting some decent info.
Oh.
He's got... Oh, if that connects, there was no flash on Breathe there.
Yeah.
He might have been able to get something.
Another tier 2 goes down. There's been really no answer to Cube in the side lane.
Xiaohu just burned a TP, of course, being the Shen. You can play there permanently and still be able to join. So we'll be Weibo trying to play this one out through bot.
They're
as
pushing
they get the pincer. They're really keeping Sion out and trying to stall this one out, which I really like from Team WE, actually. Karis, oh, that's dangerous. That was spotted.
Yeah, it was. They're a little bit dicey. Okay, culling is used. Monki feeling a little bit scared.
Inhibitor turns down.
Needs to get back over. They're going to get the solar flare out. The dragon goes over to Weibo. They are going to try to get into the fight, though. Karis finds the backline, finding Xiaohu. Xiaohu goes golden now. Unstoppable onslaught there. Tian is in trouble against Tian. Monki is making it out alive. Monki! The other kill, a double kill comes through for Monki, and now they find the rest of them. WE are cutting Weibo down to size.
Good game.
Oh my god, they got a triple kill for Monki.
That fight. It's a TP back from Breathe, but Monki picks up 3 kills at 0 HP.
No way, is that game?
Monki C, Monki kill on the Zed was the cleanup crew of that fight, and it might just spell the end of Weibo.
This series has been defined by one man, and it is Monki. That game number 1, they played towards him. They gave him some strength. This game number 2, he picks out the Zed against Tian, of all people. The 2024 Summer MVP, a multi-time champion, a world champion. But welcome the reign of the new king for WE. Monki finds his difference making on the Zed, and WE, they'll finish the season in 6th place, and they'll go on to face LGD.
Congrats to Team WE. I think that no one had them in 6th place out of group ascension. The Monki just being at the helm of this team, but man, that is a grim way to go into playoffs if you are Weibo Gaming. That's an ugly loss, man. You just got triple ninja TFT comped. And honestly,
I thought it was a 25% attack damage buff. Like, what are you supposed to do?
The objective setups for Weibo should have been better. I think that's what you're supposed to do. They were not. As Weibo Gaming, again, look pretty grim heading into the playoffs. They're going to face Thunder Talk in that first round now.
Dude, I'm just saying, the EDG youth stocks are through the roof. Vampire didn't have that great of a series, but there were some moments in there. Monki, though, man, he just absolutely outperformed Tian every step of the way. Every step.
Yeah, I just think that Weibo were all out of sorts. That was, again, that was tough, man. I really can't explain what I saw from Weibo in those 2 games. It did not look like they came to play or wanted to win tonight. Which, I mean, I guess they get Thunder Talk, the fact that they didn't want to win in the first round of playoffs. Hopefully that goes well for them. I do think that play-in best of 5 really important. Not only are you playing that to make it in Split 2 playoffs, have the chance to go to MSI, but also if you lose, you find yourself in Group Nirvana for Split 3. That's not where you want to be. That makes your path to Worlds a lot harder, which is, of course, still the cherry on top of all the international events that we have for League of Legends. So, and this is a team in Weibo Gaming where we're used to seeing these names represent the LPL internationally and has some moderate success, and we have just not seen any promise of that in Split 2, as MSI hopes out the window at this point. And again, if you lose the next best of 5, Group Nirvana hopes, that's where you're going to find yourself, and that makes World's hopes a lot harder. So we'll see if Weibo can really pull it together, but that was a grim series, man.
Yeah, it's really tough when holistically it was just a breakdown of communication, synergy. The compositions are good on paper, but the execution is faltering, and I think that's the hardest part to grasp on this whole thing. With a team full of veterans, a team full of greatness, you're hoping that maybe it was, maybe they're excited to face TT. Maybe they'll find whatever works for them. That best of 5 definitely going to feel a little bit different than these best of 3s do. You get those extra couple games to potentially have that flexibility in the draft, but that's something we said wasn't Weibo's strength. Something we wanted them to have strength with is getting more of a champ pool. That thing was shallow, and unfortunately, even though they tried to branch out a little bit tonight, didn't work.
They had the most stock standard Game 2 comp that I feel like is very winnable, and just did not play it well enough at all. So they fall. And that's going to be...
I can't believe WE finished higher than Weibo. That is just like... Can you imagine a year ago even saying that?
No. It's going to be our playoff bracket set. I don't know if we can have our playoff bracket up, though. But it's all defined and decided.
We do have the graphic. If we could bring that up, Brad, that would be absolutely awesome to show off the matchup. We'll probably do it after.
Look at Monki's damage, man.
Here. Yeah,
dude. I mean, that's some serious work in his head.
This was the series of Monki, man. This was the series of Monki. I love Tian. I think Tian has some great moments.
Trundle Zed.
We truly returned to Monki. We truly did. And I know memes aside that can be made fun of, but they needed to turn back to this guy. They needed to turn into this guy and make him feel like he can be the carry again, and he was.
Yeah. I gotta say, again, like behind the scenes, this is the Monki team. He is the ringleader for this team, the shot caller. A lot of the strats run through him too. And they did some serious cooking with this one. I still love the Trundle. I'm not as sold on the Zed, but Monki doing our best to sell us on the Zed. As that was an insane triple kill in the last team fight. We'll give him that.
Yeah, he had some nuts mechanics. Him and Karis had some ridiculous mechanics here. A lot of fights where Monki was barely slinking out with no health. That fight around the Baron pit, man, like what the heck was that? Gets the back off, comes back, takes the fight as well. But you have moments like this where you just see the scatterbrain nature of Weibo Gaming in these fights.
Again, like some of these fights, I think that when they're able to peel, like this fight went much better for them. It's a good shockwave. They bought time, they bought space. They were able to actually peel back. You can still see all the focus on the light. But at least we're finding scenarios where, again, Sion can create a lot of space and be ignored. I just... Man, it's really frustrating to see Weibo play like this. Is this the Zed steal? I want to see this last Zed fight for Monki.
Tian stole
they stole Otacon. They stole Baron away from them. I think a lot of things went wrong for things to end up this way for Weibo in Game 2, but definitely want to praise how Monki played the last fight.
Absolutely.
I mean, this escape was really big. Like the fact that Monki got out here was even huge because that's what enabled them to find the Baron fight in the back half.
This was that ridiculous fight. This felt like the backbreaker for Weibo. This is where WE ended up developing like a 4,000 gold lead on top of it all.
I cannot fathom Light walking into Braum here.
Just trying to get the damage down, I guess.
Like, you just ate a full concussive blows. And Monki played this really well. Like the shadow placement, the EQs were really good, but
yeah,
man, Light's got to put himself in a better spot for that fight. And then this fight, good escape from Tian. I like the backline access we got from the Shenakali. Light needs to flash and press R here. I'm really surprised that Light didn't press R. And then just keep your eyes on Monki, who almost doesn't find Light, but has to go back to the original R. So that's the first kill. Then it's the full combo with the auto for the second one. And then Monki is still on vision. He's fishing for Qs. Of course, the damage was gone. It's only Leona and Sion left. So Monki able to go back in, finds the Eclipse Shield, and that's a freebie. As I think it might just be a double pog for Monki here, Mazel.
Yeah, I think it absolutely should be. The guy absolutely deserves it. The new face of WE. I think we talk so much about what the change for WE has been. It has been at the forefront. Monki of all people. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket setup. The playoff play-in is set now, as WE will be facing off against LGD, and Weibo, faltering at the last moment, are going to be facing off against TT in 2 best-of-5s each, or at least 1 best-of-5 each.
I gotta say, man, 1xN, we'll see what 1xN can do. I still think that Xiao Hongren is a little green for what we have in the LPL, but we'll see if he can look better in the upcoming series. That is our second series of the day, Mazel. We have Thunder Talk going up against NiP. The Battle of the Bastards to wrap things up, is like saying Game of Thrones terms, and the 9 and 10 seed.
They gotta make the context in there, you know? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We did have our important match. It's the final day of the regular season, and I'm so happy that, you know, we got to see WE triumph over Weibo. They deserved to win this series. They looked way better than Weibo did, and now we'll see what best of 5s look like for both these teams. But that is it for our first series. We have our next one right on the docket, as you had said, TT versus NiP. Yanni's going to be coming in for me. It's going to be a blast. Y'all have fun, and we'll see you there for the second series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. I've Miani taking the baton from Mazel. Cubby, we are here for the battle of the basement. NiP versus Thunder Talk. It's a shame, man. It's ironic given the fact that two of these teams were, the three-team darlings back in Split 1 after anyone's legend. But NiP and Thunder Talk were also like really hyped up, had great Split 1, and then now we're here.
Yeah, of course, Beishuan being swapped over. Things have not exactly gone the way that Thunder Talk had wanted to, and of course, NiP. And they make a spot for themselves. It's been interesting split for each. We'll see what they can show us before we dive into playoffs.
Yeah, and before we get into that, we are going to take a look at the play-in matchups. We do have those. Here we go. This is the lineup that we have. So, Cubby, this is where I'm going to ask you. Do you think this is more favorable for Team WE or for Weibo, the result of that series, kind of dealing with the devil you know rather than the one you don't?
Ooh. That's an interesting one. I'm actually not... I don't know about that one. Sometimes you just got to figure out the devil that you don't. I feel like that's... I'm all about the knowledge gain here, Yanni. We're playing for knowledge here, as I guess we got some predictions coming up here early, Yanni.
We do, and I'll say this: we're going up first. I think IG is going to drop a game. I think IG does as IG does. I think LGD, potentially going to give Team WE a run for their money. We, that team is not fully stable.
Yeah.
FPX just kind of going to roll over NiP. NiP is going to do their thing and win one game in the series. But I think the devil they know is going to get Weibo into the playoffs.
Okay, that's interesting. I gotta say, I also have Weibo over Thunder Talk, even after watching that last series and posting dancing trash cans for my thoughts about Weibo after that one. But yeah, I don't share the same faith, sadly, in LGD. I actually think that NiP can take down FPX. That should be a fun series, and if things go deep. Very curious to see what Doinby pulls out. I've been a fan of some of his picks. I've been not a fan of others, but I'm always a fan of Doinby. It's hard not to enjoy his gameplay. And we'll see what he can bring us and what playoffs can bring us. As, of course, that play-in match, very big. Not only does it book a ticket into playoffs, it also books a ticket into Group Ascension for Split 3. So while we may not have stakes today, big stakes in our play-in matches coming up.
Yeah, I'm actually, the most surprising thing I saw out of your predictions was the fact that IG not going to drop a game. That's kind of wild, brother. Let's be honest with ourselves. I do like that you're giving... Yeah, I do like that you're giving NiP love, so let's give NiP some love here as we pull up the roster. In the top lane, Solo Kill, Jungle, Aki. Mid lane, he is the dude, Doinby, and then in the bottom lane, Leave and PP God. Cubby, it's been really, really strange for this team. They've really leaned on Leave pretty much all split long. Hasn't really worked out lately, but I like what Doinby has been doing lately. Put out the Akali the other day, didn't win. Look really good. Maybe we'll get some more dark Doinby carries.
Yeah, and for me, the big thing with Ninjas in Pajamas is with Solo Kill in the lineup instead of Shanji, it's felt better for the team. I think that Leave has not performed as well as he did in the first round robin. I think of late he hasn't been having as good of games, but the Solo Kill for Shanji swap for me has been a really big positive for NiP. So I think we've seen some good things out of him, and that's one of the reasons I'm more hopeful for NiP moving forward.
Yeah, he's kind of given them a different dimension to be able to play through. He hasn't played a lot of games with them, but already has, a handful of Mbessa games, Rumble games. Yorick, he looked really good on the other night as well. So, again, that other dimension to help a team that's kind of struggling, that can't really carry through mid very often and struggles to carry through bot sometimes, really needs that extra gear. I'd like to see them maybe do something with it and show us something in this match to be able to take into the play-ins. And another team that has to show us something is Thunder Talk, who is on the other side as we pull up their roster. It's Hoya in the top lane, Xiao Hong Ren in the jungle, Saytab in the mid lane, and then the duo of 1XN and Feather, who have lost a little bit of their luster compared to Split 1.
Yeah, a little bit. I also think that, of course, with Xiao Hongren coming in, this is a player that I feel like was green and not ready for the LPL stage. It's taken some time for him to actually, piece it together and figure some stuff out. And it's been tough for Thunder Talk as a team, as, of course, Beishuan was really the leader of this team in comms. So I feel like it's impacted everyone that we've had on the roster for Thunder Talk, but at least Xiao Gren, he had a good Zyra game lately, so we are starting to see him get a little bit more comfortable. It just hasn't been enough for them to really find wins, as Thunder Talk come into the series with a minus 21 game score overall. We're going to take a peek at what happened with both these teams, as of course they did swap those rosters after the first round robin.
Yeah, you can already see definitely some improvement for NiP. You already have one more win, 3 less losses comparatively. Obviously, it's not 1-to-1. Yeah, exactly. There's a slight game differential there. And on the bottom side, for Thunder Talk, it's not that much worse, right? I mean, they were still not winning a ton with Beishuan, despite how good he has really looked in the role that he's been playing.
On paper, it looks kind of similar. I would say eye test wise, it's looked a lot worse for me with Xiao Hongren. So that's been a bummer. But again, a player that, to be fair to him, was green. This wasn't an expectation that he was going to play in LPL. He's had to step into the fire, really. And we have started to see him, again, show a couple positives. There has been improvement, so I want to give him credit there. I just still don't feel like he's ready for this stage. And we'll see if he can at least do something today against Aki, who, to be fair, in his own right, has also had some struggles in the jungle. So maybe an opportunity for Xiao Gran to show us more.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for him to kind of earn his stripes here. Be like, hey, you're going to go toe-to-toe against NiP. Obviously, NiP not the greatest team in the world, but they have some good pieces. We've seen them kind of shock some of these higher-level teams in individual games. So, listen, any win for Thunder Talk is a good win in their book. It's momentum building for the play-ins, right? Regardless of how poor they've been throughout the entirety of Split 2, and that goes for you too, NiP. They also have a chance to turn it around. And you know what? For Thunder Talk, they might have the most favorable matchup. Now, obviously, you and I don't think so, but they might.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We play the games for a reason, and again, I think good opportunity for both teams to build up some confidence before we go into those play-in matches where they will not be favored. And the stakes of those matches are quite big. Again, making it into Group Ascension for Split 3, that makes your chances of making the playoffs there and being able to qualify for Worlds a lot easier than it would be if you were playing out of Group Nirvana in the second split. It will feature 6 teams, and you get less stage games overall. Lots of those teams actually make it to the playoff picture, just like how it was this split. So I think that these best of fives can be really big, and we'll see if Doinby and the boys can figure it out as we see Doinby having a pose on stage. Of course, I think we're in the NiP arena today, Yanni, for this one. So nice to see Doinby having fun with the fans as always. Can always count on him to be the entertainer.
Yeah, you always got to show love to the hometown crowd, and yeah, you said it. Counting on him to be the entertainer. It's kind of been his MO very recently. It does feel like NiP did have a bit of a shift from some of these. Yes, we're gonna have you play supportive champions and go roam around, even though that's been his best play style. NiP just needs somebody to do something, and as long as I never see this man on Lucian again, I will really not doubt any of his mid lane picks.
See, I mean, just avoid the L's, because no Lee Sin anymore for Doinby. I know he's
no Lee Sin, no Lucian, no. You're not playing Lillian.
Oh, he has won the Sonder game. You can play the Sonder, Doinby. We like with Sonder in a couple scenarios. It's fine.
Yeah, you know
we saw Kled.
Short range, but good.
The Kled wasn't great. Hey, I think Wiz and Talia is actually kind of slept on right now. I actually think that match is pretty playable. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Of course, Doinby actually has been an early adopter of the Annie, which is really emerged as a power pick, and rightfully so. Nerf slated for Annie in the upcoming patch, but as long as the Qs are big, the magic pen exists within those levels for Tibbers, it really feels like Annie has been a power pick.
Yeah, you just get a nice little leg up, especially with how many items carry flat magic pen at this point, that you don't necessarily rely hard on getting a void staff or. I do like that he has pulled out the Annie a bit. He's put his team in some winning positions. Haven't been able to bring it home. That's been what feels like the biggest issue with NiP, is that sometimes they'll go and they'll get an advantage, but not be able to play out games later. And it's mostly because they fight for everything. They will fight you if they are ahead. They will fight you if behind. It's like the MLXG meme. You remember that one? It's like, when they think they're at a great advantage, they fight to push the advantage. When they're 5k gold behind, they think they're even, so they fight to try to break the game open.
I mean, always. That's just the WB special, right? We're here to fight. I can't explain anything else when you're picking Kled mid, Yanni, about what your goals are in life.
Okay, facts.
Yeah, but at the moment, we're going to see if we get any Kled in the 1v1s. It has been a WB special in here, too, as we do have Satab versus Solo Kill for this one. So, of course, our 1v1s. We've started to see some of the players have some fun with it with some, preemptive handshakes behind the scenes. Definitely have seen that a little bit on socials. We had the Z 1v1 between Tian and Monki, which pretty big brain by Monki because it was actually just warming it up for game 2, where he managed to find the win. And now, of course, we see a lot of mid lane bans versus a lot of top lane bans, with Lucian being taken away. Curious what we have. Voldabear, Varus both up. Those are pretty dominant picks we have in the 1v1.
Yeah, we'll see if Doinby has instilled the dark technology into Solo Kill here. Satab is going to go with his Akali.
Akali handshake. Come on, Solo Kill. Solo Kill played at the Gwen. It was actually a pretty good game, even if they didn't win that one. I thought he played it quite well, as Akali into Gwen's an old counter back when Gwen...
Look at Doinby looking over at him. He's just like, come on, do it.
It's good to see Doinby with a smile on his face.
Yeah,
I know some of the rumors with NiP. Yeah, some of the rumors with NiP were that there were some struggles behind the scenes, some disagreements. That they were likely just going to have swaps because personalities were bumping together. And in the middle there, Doinby didn't look very happy. But it's always good to see a happy Doinby. Yeah, there's some big smiles there. Maybe he gives him some tips about the Yasuo here for Solo Kill, seeing what he can do.
Yeah, so Yasuo into Akali. Obviously, a little bit harder with Yasuo when it comes to actually making sure that you are the one landing the knockups. Obviously, in a more team environment, when you're not playing 1v1s, it's a little bit easier. Sometimes your teammates can help you out there. So, it's going to be a big stress of execution onto Solo Kill. Remember, the reward for winning a 1v1 is side select. And regardless of how good or bad these teams have been, a.k.a.
Blue side.
Oh, thought you were going to say like a game 1 win, because most of the time it is.
I mean, we'll see. Blue side definitely the favorite side in LPL. Everyone's taking it, and everyone is finding more wins on blue side. I think it's ending the regular season. We're over 250 games, about a 56.5 or 57% win rate, somewhere in there. I got to say, too, I think the blue side not quite as good on this patch with the timers getting changed around, as red side, I've seen a lot of red side teams using support counter pick to have bot lane priority, use it to find early Drakes. I really feel like that should be the meta that emerges, or early rotations too, going to the grubs when they spawn. Definitely potential to play out a bot. Utilize counterpick that way. How many top sides we see being slammed in first 3, but at the moment, we got to look at the snowball being slammed by Solo Kill. This is a rare one that we're taking in the 1v1s.
I love it. I think this can.
I don't know why we're doing this.
So I think it can allow for some really creative angles for you to
wave access.
Yeah, so you get to like maybe snowball one of the caster minions, get in there really quick, slide onto Satab with your Q3, and then do the E knockup.
I like it.
I don't know if that's actually what it's for, but it just sounds like a good idea. I'm not a Yasuo player, and Solo Kill doesn't really look like one either, as he takes a really rough trade to kick things off.
A good start here for Satab. Those early levels for Akali. Really nice. You're able to rotate out your passive. Seeing Satab do a decent job of that. But Solo Kill get the wave in, and hopefully get out A-OK.
All right, Cubby. So let me get your expanded thoughts on the play-in matches coming up. I know we really just kind of touched on for you specifically FPX and NiP and IG and EDG. What do you think of the other 2 matchups?
Ooh, so you're talking WE versus LGD, or sorry, yeah,
WE,
I mean,
LGD, and then Weibo.
I'm really curious, like how big the advantage is in terms of group Ascension versus group Nirvana, because I think that you might be able to make an argument that LGD looks stronger than Thunder Talk, but they're playing against worse teams. We have a lot less tape on them. I do think that there's, like we've seen with WE, I think a big part of why they're 60 is the fact they're playing in group Ascension. And have been able to find a lot of reps. I'm going to have to pause. We might actually have some action here. Of course, Solo Kill trying to take advantage of these shields.
All right. Now you're going to get burnt. Let's Satab. Send this barrier. Lying in wait. And will be able to land the 1v1 kill over Solo Kill. Up 1-0 right now. Remember, you need to find 2 before the Ring of Fire in order to claim a victory. Oftentimes, after we see First Blood,
That's it.
Usually comes down to the Ring of Fire.
I hate to say that might have been a snowball diff from solo kill.
It could have been a snowball diff.
Might have been a snowball diff. Well, that's a bummer. Of course, if he was able to maybe cast that Q3, could have found the knockup. Didn't have 6 yet, and still does not have 6 going up against
Big item
Tab.
differential. Yikes.
Yeah. Sorks versus some components. Not a hot start.
Yeah. Get ready to speak red side, buddy. I think it just is what it is, man. All right,
boy.
We're using the perfect execution. We are looking to knock out to the Ring of Fire. He waits out the knockup.
We're just spinning the win here.
I don't think it's gonna matter
That's
that
a hell of a
much.
juke.
It was a really nice juke. All right, please get me out of this
flipping it.
1v1, man. After that miss on the perfect execute, the not so perfect execution.
Do you have a win ball?
Just get me out at this point.
Oh,
right.
wait. Oh, we missed.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
Auto him.
That's it.
All right, there we
All
go.
right.
We
GG.
did it finally.
Yeah, you know, he missed the Q3, and if you miss the Q3, there's no ultimate for you.
Yeah, that was a 1v1 of all time, to be quite honest with you, Cubby.
It was fun.
I'm going to keep it aside. Yeah, you know what? It was at least entertaining. We didn't go to the Ring of Fire. Honestly, it's really all you can ask for.
We played Hyphy Champs, you know? We're continuing our ninja theme of the day with Kali versus Yasugi,
right.
you know?
Yeah, Yasuo, not
He's got
really
the
a
stance.
ninja, but he's ninja
He's got the high
adjacent.
elbow. Yeah.
He's got the high elbow. He's got the Kenny Lofton, the Crane Griffey Jr.
Ooh, I like
You're
that.
the only one who's gonna get these, probably. Maybe a couple people in chat. I know we got some at least basketball heads.
The league audience is aging, Yanni. That's a positive.
This is true, which means baseball
It is.
becoming a larger enjoyment of the league audience, right? Clearly, that makes sense.
I think the average audience or the average fan of baseball is over. I think it's like 58.
Yeah.
Yeah. Age
Yeah,
of
that depresses
average
me, bro.
baseball fan.
Hey, listen, sometimes you want to go to the ballpark, drink some beer.
Generally considered to be between 43 and 57.
Okay, we're trending down. Let's go.
And younger fan growth participation, it's up 11% of late. So
Hey, listen,
used
man. That's
to
why
be
it's so
older. It
great
was a
to
problem.
It's so great to just go to the ballpark, drink a couple of brews, and have a good time. I think I'm going to a game in like 3 weeks or something like that. I'm excited.
Nice. Some
Go
Phillies
hang
tickets.
out with a friend from work. Yeah.
Good for you.
We're seeing the Cubs. We're seeing the Cubs.
That's a good matchup. Cubs are hot right now.
favorite
Best
team.
outfield in baseball.
Dude,
Been
look
fun.
at that sign. That's so sick.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, we're focused back up on this. We're going to have to see Super Carry Doinby can do anything from the red side in this game, as Solo Kill did not live up to his name and was Solo Death twice.
He was solo killed if you wanna really go for that stretch. Now, take a look at, champions that we expect Doinby to play. So the biggest problem that NiP has run into is that they just ban out Doinby, like, all the time. Like, he just gets banned out on the other side. So, he's played Aurora a ton. He's played a lot of Victor, but, like, his Rise that he's undefeated on hasn't gone through. This Galio that he's had a lot of success on hasn't gone through. And the problem is the rest of the team isn't really taking advantage of what gets opened up in picks and bans through. I mean, take a look at these bans.
Wow. We do not like Doinby. Rise,
It's been the
Annie,
story of the
Galio, and Abor's taken away. We've only seen Doinby play one Talia game, too. I know that's been a pretty big pick. Looking over at Satab, as it might be the conversation here. And to your point, a lot of top laners still on the board. Oh boy, Ezreal taken away. So I think that's a gambit. We're saying that, hey, you're not going to first pick Varus for 1xN. And if you do, then we can take stuff that can play into it. So that tells me that NiP going to look for a Varus for leave. Just curious to see what TT gets here. I mean, Gwen's on the board. You would be swapping Gwen plus Rumble. So again, Thunder Talk. If you take Rumble here, you are kind of flip-flopping the Gwen plus Rumble, and you can even enable NiP to take that on 3 if they want, or play a different Rumble counter. I gotta believe that with the Ezreal ban, this is probably going to be a Varus coming in, yeah.
Yeah. Just a little bit of comfort for Hoya up on the top side. It's his most played. Leave is going to get his 10th game of Varus in. He's been a little suspect on the champion at times. I think the biggest issue is that Leave has been so good on some of these hyper carries, even though hasn't been able to carry the game home most of the time, usually positional mistakes later on. But he has been a big driver as to why NiP are in some of these games. So it just feels a little weird to like put him on Varus, but Varus is just that good. We're also seeing Vi slip through here in game 1, which is an increasing rarity. So we'll see what they'll pair it up with in the mid lane here. Maybe a Doingby Aura, I'd guess.
Maybe. I'd actually really like the Skarner. I think that's a good option here for Xiaohongren. It kind of dissuades Poke Varus, or you aren't too concerned about Poke Varus. Okay, never mind. We're going to go Wukong. You have some invade options into Vi, and you do scale really nicely. You're a bit of a tank buster, but you don't really want to play a tank top into Rumble, and then it's going to be the Akali picked up, which, again, has a good matchup with the Gwen. So what I like for Thunder Talk right here is both Akali and Rumble early on to the Gwen. You can actually really try and keep that Gwen down. I don't think they have the strong enough jungler to, like, really be able to powerfully interact in here, but at least there could be an opportunity to try and slow this Gwen down, which could be a problem later on.
Team Fight's going to be the name of the game for Thunder Talk, and I do wonder if we're going to get 5 Doinby bans, as that Aurora is taken off the board of some of Vi's better pairings, like Ahri and Talia. He doesn't play them. He just does not play them, has not played them this year at all.
Yeah, we've seen one Talia.
Yeah.
You don't want to play Talia into Akali, too.
No, it seems awful.
Yeah, I am kind of curious to see what he ends up grabbing here.
I'm curious to see what they let him have.
I mean, he could just play Victor. I think Victor's a decent ban. Again, he's mostly played magic damage champions as well. I think Hui has actually been okay for Doinby. If he wants to do that. I mean, we could just see him like yoink a Pantheon here too, which I actually wouldn't mind Pantheon mid if he's thinking about a game to do it.
Off the board, I fear.
Oh, it is.
All right,
okay.
We're going to take out Talia. I think that's interesting. You know, I really think that's interesting. I think that I'm with you on the Victor ban.
Does he Silas?
He does Silas.
Play TF for the Blanc. That'd be hype, but I think Silas is probably the safe pick here.
Probably. Yeah. He has played quite a bit of it. We see him cycling through multiple champions. Again, we just really don't know what he's going to go through at this point. I'd be shocked to see this Ahri locked in.
Okay.
And we will get it locked in. Listen, we're showing some growth here. Yeah, we're showing some growth here in the final match of the regular season here in Split 2.
Doinby's played 17 unique champions this split. Base Doinby as always. Third Ahri game of the split. I think it's the right game for it, frankly. I mean, we're throwing around other ideas because it was Ahri or Silas for me. And the fact that we go Ahri means that the power pick Alistar does get secured, and we'll see what the pairing is for 1xN. I think opportunity, he's been an Ashe enjoyer. I don't think there's a great opportunity for Ashe this game. Might just be a default to MF. But I think there's a lot of things that can pressure. And you are going to get support counterpicked.
Oh,
this would be uncommon, but I'd like it. Okay,
it's so
1xN.
Good. That's a great pickup for Thunder Talk. Getting to be able to speed up the rest of this team.
Yeah, it's Renata. I think Renata's the move. You take that for the counter engage. You end up being an on-hit Varus in the end of the day. So he's going to have to deal with a lot of dive. Of course, Alistar, Sivir, nice because Sivir, a lot of wave clear. Get to play things out from there, and then you don't have to play into the Alistar, which has a really good matchup for the Sivir. So, but a bit surprised to see 1xN pull that one out. Again, we've seen some Sivir re-emerging in the back half of the split. It has been played by Leave once. It's the first Sivir game for 1xN. So Thunder Talk may be trying to get take something new onto the stage before we end up in playoffs.
Yeah, and what this is going to mean for Thunder Talk is that you're going to have a lot of priority once you send the bot laners mid, because as we all know, Sivir is a wave clear machine. Absolutely rips through some of these waves faster than Varus, so should have priority for first move, provided you're not so far behind that you have to catch the waves low, right? You can go and you can catch them high if you get the opportunity to go shred those out. But then mostly, we're waiting for the level 6 show. We're waiting for these fights, maybe first grubs, because I really want to see this Thunder Talk team fight. They are a team that is ready to just pop their ultimate buttons and explode on the scene.
I mean, I think they'd love to take advantage of the level 6s in the top side, as both Rumble and Akali going to be really strong at that point of the game, whereas for me, NiP going to try and scale their way on up a little bit. Got to find some ways to deal with those champs later on. I think items on Varus could be big, and I think the focus for me probably going to be bot lane. I will say that in this top lane matchup, Gwen needs help on a couple of timers, potentially, to actually take care of business, or at least be able to survive the Rumble lane. If not, Rumble should be advantage, but curious to see what ends up being the game plan here. Spawn onto the Rift for game 1.
What?
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
You could
I'd say
hear that echo, by
That
the
was
way.
a home game. You know, that was a home game.
Yes. Home field advantage for NiP, man. That is insane. The echo on that was crazy. I think that's the loudest one I've heard all split so far. Wow.
I big fan of that one. Do you want to visit though? Got a couple of keystones that are a little bit unique this game
Okay.
coming in.
Talk about it. Lay it on
First
me.
off, we have a ghost on Hoya. I know that's a summoner spell, but this has been the new adaptation of the matchup. Again, very good for the 1v1. Makes him a little bit more vulnerable to the Viari in the side lane. Dwayne going to go with Grass, trying to survive the all-in from Satab Zakali. Leave taking the ghost. I gotta say, there's nothing you can really cleanse this game, and I don't think you need barrier in this thing because you just straight up win it. So, love the fact we're able to greet a ghost. Yes, Wukong, Rumble, Alistar, if you're hit by that combo, that can be quite grim, but I think greeting Ghost here is the way to go for leave. So really like when ADs are able to do this. And you can see people got him leave. Do best to push TT around level 1.
Yeah, and, you know, while it is really deadly if you get hit by that combo, even if you had barrier, you would die to that combo. You die anyway, right? So if you're leave, you're just looking for being able to position yourself well. He has had issues with positioning many, many times throughout the split, closer to the end of it. Not too many opportunities for TT to actually CC him, but if a carry hops on him, he might just die. Got an advantage in the spot lane, no surprise there. It's the double range.
Oh.
So we're going to see the heal forced out
Good
of Feather.
handshake. Nice handshake from PP God. As we're seeing the Wukong go from bot to top in terms of the clear. I think that makes sense. You can see how bot lane's going. You got Alistar Sivir. That's pretty expected. A lot of scaling in the hands of that Thunder Talk bot lane, but that's going to need a lot of time to get going. So I think Wukong taking away the camps on his side before a Vi could invade is the right call. And it should be full clears for each of our junglers. See if there's any action afterwards. As you got to believe a dive might be on the table here for Aki and NiP.
That would be fantastic. Get the ball rolling early, especially because you've got a lot of
Heals down.
early power in the Varus.
Bots are out.
So use that early power, leverage that well, because as the game goes on, it's going to be harder and harder to do that based on Thunder Talk's comp.
See, another ward came out from Thunder Talk, so can be denied by NiP. But again, Aki is playing with a lot of info down here for the squad, and really curious to see what happens after this crab. I think this is decision/choice time. Are we going for the dive, or are we just going to reset and go for the farm?
Where's MOBA Trainer when you need it, right? You know, you're gonna actually make a move. And Aki is
Well, let's test him.
Yeah, Aki's been a player that has been much maligned throughout Split 2, and would really like to see him not go back here, but conditions are not super favorable as NiP. Their bot lane and mid lane want to take recalls here, so he'll redeploy on top.
Curious if we have a swap coming in. As I will say, getting Gwen out of the Rumble match early on might be okay. As we do see solo kill so far, at least staying in reach of this matchup. And yeah, this quick base from the Vi. We're skipping over our Krugs. This ward has been spotted by Thunder Talk, so Aki had a little bit of time to kill. Gonna poke his way around there, make sure that no one's waiting for solo kill. And we'll see if he ends up looking for Hoya after this, because they did have a timer on that ward that was pinged out by NiP, so might know that Hoya is down vision.
See a pink ward dropped in the river here just to cover any of that vision. So if Zhao Hongren wants to get in, it's going to have to be through lane, or PP God and Leave are going to have to be caught napping. We haven't pinged them out yet. I'm sure they're vocalizing it. As you can already see, that pink ward getting cleared out. IP's bot lane moving back.
I would be shocked if this dragon started. Yeah, this should be Vi's Drake for me. With the top to bottom clear, the strength of Vi taking early dragons, and the strength of the bot lane for NiP. And I gotta say, this game definitely gonna be one where, like, big picture, I think it's really important in the mid game that Thunder Talk's able to connect with the Wukong, Rumble, Alistar combos. Because on the flip side, I mean, I'm seeing Renata into a pretty short-ranged and melee-heavy team. And this Varus could be on hit. like, I do think that it's actually possible for Leave to function in these fights. I know that the Rumble, Alistar, Wukong combo can be a lot, but he's got some good peel, and there's a lot of good answers for his team to try and buy some space. So I'm thinking that for Thunder Talk, I know they have a Sivir, but they got to connect with a couple of these combos if they want to at least extend that. And I think that Sivir, this isn't the freest game for Sivir. I think that Gwen can sometimes be a challenge for this champion. And especially a Vi, too, can be tricky.
Yeah, and, you know, as long as Wukong doesn't hop right on top of Leave, should be able to reposition well with that Ghost. But you said it about the Sivir, right? You know, even if you burn the Spell Shield, Vi is still on top of you. Might not be the primary target.
Yeah, you can smite off the Spell Shield, too. So definitely look out for Aki doing that later on.
Yeah, look for that tech later, as you said. But, you know, obviously that might not be the primary target for Aki, especially earlier in the game and closer to the mid-game as we wait for Sivir to get to our big power later on. As this Dragon does get started up by NiP, good call out by you. So MB is going to just speed bump Xiaohongren.
I'm shocked that Thunder Talk were even thinking about doing that one, as, again, denting blows plus the double range bot lane into Alistar priority will be enough for NiP to make that one look clean and clean up all the waves. And we'll see what happens with Grubs, as I see solo kill walking top as the Gwen. So our strong lane at the moment, again, would be this Varus plus Renata. So if we're not sending that top, I'm just kind of curious to see what happens with Grubs there. Stoneby tries to click close and get a sidestep. Can't find it. And he's actually going to... He threw his Q at Satab, so yeah, he's can't clear the entire wave.
Yeah, and, you know, it is very frustrating to see solo kill head top. You know, you take a look, the CS disparity is, like, starting to grow. Aki hasn't done anything to help out his top laner. He's just kind of jailed in this matchup that we've talked about is not great.
I'd say he's within reach, though, to the expectations. It's less so about the 1v1, like about why we didn't send the bot lane top. It's more so about the objective and the Grubs, right? If we're able to push a lane in, if you're NiP, which, like, if they get this cannon mini wave in, and then they find a reset, and they're first on the play, you can find the 2v1 window where you can actually hit Grub and get a couple for free. At the moment, the Hoya is going to pop the Ghost and look for solo kill.
Okay. Yeah, the Equalizer's going to go down. Solo kill step back, just get the second part of his ultimate through. We do see Xiaohongren hunting around. Looks like he'll be starting up those Grubs first. Aki lying in wait, so look, Hoya won't be around.
I really feel like after that trade, I mean, Hoya's down a TP. I want to see Aki actually, like, walk down the river and fish. He's waiting to see if he can kill solo kill, but... Hoya. I think that this is late. I think that was a waste of time for me. There's no way that Hoya is going to put himself at risk. And, of course, it's going to be 2 Grubs secured by Thunder Talk. I think if Aki showed earlier, might have been able to, like, flip a 2-for-1 in favor of NiP. And, of course, that 2-for-1 in the new patch does mean that a feat, projected feat, does go over to Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and really good stuff there by Thunder Talk, because we talk about all the time how Gwen is so powerful on a side lane, right? And getting Grubs, super beneficial. Being able to take a lot of that power out of NiP means that NiP is going to have a harder time actually getting these turrets down with their 2 really strong solo laners. It does mean that Akali should have a better time matching at least one of them.
All right, Hoya, no ult, no Ghost.
Revisit.
Xiaohongren's here, though.
Yeah, look who's lying in wait. He's ready to get in there. He's going to flash forward.
What?
Huh? All right, teleport down. Tubby, can you explain that to me?
No, we're going to ignore it. So I'm just going to go catch that mid wave, and we're going to reset, Yanni.
I think we need the reset. I really think we do need the reset, brother. All right, 10 minutes into this game. Dragon, a little bit less than 2 minutes. Is Doinby... Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to go for a dive here. All right, there is almost no wave, but Feather will pop
we have an
his ultimate.
Alistar.
We don't need flash for this play on Xiaohongren, as 1xN will be able to pick up first blood.
That Feather presses R, tells the turret that he can't milk those, and is able to pull that one off as Doinby, a couple Spirit Rush used to get Satab onto the turret, but only going to be out of defense. His first blood does go over to Thunder Talk. And that's a nice spot from them. I know PPGotta came up to try and assist solo kill to see if he could survive this one. Successful swap, though, for Thunder Talk, as, again, Rumble going to be a little bit happier in this scenario than where Gwen would be. And you can see Solo Kill actually TPing to go top. So even in this scenario, just the fact that it's Solo Kill in the 2v2 is still going to be a loss, as that experience will be shared and it won't be Solo 1 XP. Handshake.
Oh.
We'll get 1xN potentially out of there.
Yeah, a little bit rough stuff there from 1xN. Forced to burn that cleanse as we see Feather moving down here to make a play on the Leave. Nice flash from Leave there. Gonna drop the equalizer right on his head. That is good damage coming down. Put that Varus on a spit roast.
Yeah, and for me, this is a kind of a fail rotation from NiP. I think there's a world where Solo Kill can TP bot, and you might be able to get Leave actually up here, because Thunder Talk, after they made that play, had the reset. But now you're stuck with, of course, Leave burning both Summoner spells is still melting to the Rumble. And this Renata helping the Gwen is just not a big help. And, of course, the nice part about the draft for Thunder Talk is that at this point of the game, they have 2 winning side lanes into the Gwen. So Solo Kill going to continue to be put down, and Satab now up there. Putting 1xN mid, so we're going to be able to catch these waves rather safely in the short lane. Whereas that Gwen being punished in the long lane by an Akali that's a little bit ahead.
Yeah, you've speed bumped the late game out of NiP. You've speed bumped their early game with Varus and how strong he can be. And right now, I mean, I'm looking at this mid-jungle duo of NiP, 12 minutes in, haven't done a damn thing. And Leave, listen, doesn't matter if you got Ghost, even if it's on cooldown. You will get healed, though, as the turnaround was quick. PP God and Aki were able to take down Hoya.
Good heal coming out. Leave able to sneak on out of there. And the second dragon now going to fall over to NiP. Now, how much can they get in that top side? As we are 12 minutes in, NiP have abandoned this one. It's going to be at least a plate going over to Satab with the group advantage. As both Solo Kill and Leave are heading to that top lane. And okay, yeah, we're going to sort things out here. Leave going mid, and we'll see if Solo Kill can survive a perspective dive from Feather. And Thunder Talk just spotted out.
It looks like we're making a big push for first turret here. Satab and Xiaohong Ren will be able to pick those up.
Oh, we didn't
Seeing
spot
Feather move all the way in onto Solo Kill here. Knockup coming through with the Cyclone. Satab, though, can't really get close. Trying desperately. Exhaust down to Xiaohong Ren. Solo Kill putting out a lot of damage, and he finds the kill. Satab forced to flash out, but a great job by Solo Kill.
Yeah, that's a good call, Yanni. I think that's a really big win for NiP. The fact that Solo Kill gets something and gets the flash out of Satab, that's not all bad going down for 1. Was taking a return. Of course, we did get the second dragon a little bit late on the plates for Leave. First brick does go over to Thunder Talk as they secure feats. And good use of the ult from Hoya as Equalizer delays that wave timer and a potential for more plates going over to Varus. So Solo Kill gets the best out of a bad scenario in the top side. But it's still a Thunder Talk win.
And you can see that NiP were moving down too. They wanted to dive Hoya. So I won't have that opportunity, and anything that you can do to prevent this Vi from using more ultimates is good. Let's take a look at this again. That was a really crafty Hex Flash there by Feather that you'll see very soon.
He only blinked. I mean, he blinked twice.
Yeah,
that's a little bit tricky to catch. I think that it should still be an expectation to catch. Also, Solo Kill could walk against the wall where you're not spotted. Not the case, though. But the exhaust ends up coming up clutch as the W from Xiaohong Ren stuck him under the turret. And then, of course, Satab going to wrap that one up. It does have to burn the flash. Meanwhile, Doinby's the one under threat. He's going to get a couple of grass blocks here, but does burn the ultimate for safety. And this top side still belongs to Thunder Talk.
And with the way this game is trending, I do worry that NiP, in the key parts of the game where they need to keep themselves in it, are not really going to have that much damage, right? Obviously, we're seeing Leave go with this on-hit build, which is totally fine. Obviously, going to have some really nice damage there, but I mean, Doinby is not going to hurt, like, anybody. I think his team is just going to die around him, and while he will be tanky and will have a lot of HP, he might just be the last one standing in these fights.
Of course, that Roa being completed, that's a little bit peculiar for me, given that it was nerfed. I'm not a fan of it. I guess my cope for this game is that you can somewhat survive the Akali. I think that's got to be the idea for Doinby, and at least you're running grass, so you get a little bit more mileage out of it with overgrowth and points like that. Doinby did elect to go for that, but at the moment, Rift Herald being started here by Thunder Talk, and Aki, have vision of that brush.
All right, see if he gets interrupted, and he does. Feather's going to go in. Nice equalizer coming down that they're going to tank up a lot of the damage. Now they're going to look for PP God as Hoya Ghosts on top of him.
Good ult.
Teleport coming in on the backside. Yeah, that was a nice ultimate. Looked over at Satab as the perfect execution comes down to get the kill onto Aki. A 1-0, and the Herald secured for Thunder Talk.
That was a really nice ult on like by leave to connect with Satab when he landed, but the baby punch there from Aki actually knocked the Akali out of the charm. So they weren't able to find the chain CC because of that. So a little bit of dis-synergy coming out from NiP. That allows Thunder Talk to pick up a kill, a little bit more gold for themselves as they get the objective and a win after.
Not bad. Now we just need to see Thunder Talk really break things open using this Rift Herald, right? You know, these turrets are still relatively healthy in the mid lane and in the bot lane. Look for them to use it in about a minute's time, give or take, to try to secure this dragon and break NiP's dragon stacking. I think if you're able to do that, Cubby, it will be very difficult for NiP to find a way back in this game.
Of course, like the Saber with the infinite wave clear hack coming in later on. And that dragon is definitely
Doinby was the one with the hack.
Yeah, okay, well, that's true. Well, unfortunately, the only thing that's been hacked about Doinby is the fact that he can't find Rise in Champ Select because it's always just B1 banned.
They're hacking away this champion pool, bro. It's tough.
Everyone in the LPL hates copy pastas because Doinby's Rise has been permaban for, like, the entire split for NiP, but... You know what? Deservedly so, as, 95% of games. Rise take it away, the second most banned. Galio in 46%. That's the Doinby diff right there. And I think that the call that you made was good. I mean, that's part of the reason why Aki's gotten so much flack this split. Is when you're playing with Doinby, you know, you're getting 2 bans like that, and he is such a supported mid laner historically. And then you're not able to perform as a jungler. I mean, that is cause for concern, right?
All right, here we go. We're driving it in, so Twitch chat's going to make an appearance and start chipping on this turret. See if Thunder Talks Dive makes an appearance. It looks like the wave will be cleared out. Just getting priority for this river. Pink ward going down, so they're aware of all of NiP's vision. The problem is it's not on the dragon. This one is getting done. Solo kill, not really close, but he's starting to come through on the other side here. This dragon is still really healthy. Satab looking to mark solo kill over on the side as they will begin their own 1v1. NiP looks for a way into this pit. Feather with a huge 3-man knockup, and they put NiP in the bounce house. Down goes Aki, down goes Doinby, and down goes this dragon.
And this setup's just not in NiP's favor, and we're not seeing Aki pull the trigger on anyone. Like, if you're playing Viari, and you're not able to play off each other or set each other up, you are so nerfed. The fact that Feather was not only able to pull the trigger, but find an engage like that. What a start to the fight from Feather. And again, we talked about this mid-game, utilizing the Wukong, Alistar, and the Rumble. Hoya, there's a reason that Rumble's been his most played, and the Hoya's traditionally that supported tank player. He has proven his Rumble is one to be feared in the limited amount of games that Thunder Talk's actually been able to play and win. That was a really good setup by Feather, and a really good play by Thunder Talk to find that fight win.
Very, very snappy, and you touched on it a moment. Aki not doing anything. Again, this goes back to what we were just talking about, how he's gotten so much flack this season, right? They triple ban Doinby. You get the Vi. They leave the Vi up for you, which has been a champion that has been pick ban, and it's so incredibly good, and you're just not able to do anything with it. Vi Ari is 0-3-1 in this game. That is, like, illegal.
I think the approaches from Aki to both the objective fights have been really poor. The first fight, he got his Q canceled and had to immediately flash out thanks to Feather. And then the second one, Feather's the one pulling the trigger. NiP was out of position. They try to contest, and they get punished heavily. So, again, like, if you're Aki, you got to be able to pull the trigger onto someone. If you go onto Wukong, you might be able to find the clone, but no, it's Feather. Taxis along with PP God. Beautiful setup and wombo combo coming out from Thunder Talk. As they made that one look easy. And no fight to be had. That one's over before it starts.
We had a nice cinematic view there. Always love when they get to pull that one out, and the hometown crowd has been silenced to this point, Cubby. It is a 3,500 gold lead for Thunder Talk. Remember, Thunder Talk did break that dragon stacking, which we were like, hey, if NiP can at least hang their hat on that, you never know what happens. You get that soul, regardless of how far down you are. We'll give you opportunities to come back, but looking more like a pipe dream now.
I mean, that Alistar combo.
It was nutty.
That turned the arena into a church, and then they were all baptized by fire from that Hoya equalizer. As now,
yeah, that's a game-winning play for sure.
Yeah, Otacon going to try and baptize them with a nice little buff on takedowns.
All right, nice mark there by Feather to keep Aki out. Otacon goes over to Thunder Talk, but what is the fight? It looks like it's all NiP here as they're able to pick off 2. Doinby with 2 more charges. Not going to be able to find anything more, but Aki and Leave are certainly going to look for more. Hoya's going to stay. Flash ultimate used, and 1xN is cooked.
There
and NiP starting for the comeback here. Good charm into handshake as they're 5-man diving. PP God will give his life, but that is so worth for NiP.
Yeah, well done there by NiP. They actually get a fight with good conditions. They're able to capitalize. Shout out to Aki. Did find the smite to get the spell shield off as he connected with a cease and assist. And now Seitab trying to connect himself.
Uh-oh. Solo kill. Just getting solo killed. It's a continuation of the 1v1.
All right. Again, Akali into Gwen. Definitely some perks in this mid game. Cashed in by Seitab. As a couple trades come in. Seitab going to help mitigate the damage done. As, of course, Otacon, that buff was picked up. That does buff up all the dragons you're able to pick up. As well as gives you a slow field on the takedowns. Quite nice. But this replay, these were poor conditions coming out for Thunder Talk. As, I mean, Leave connects with a really good ult on the Xiaohong Gran. That's chained up really nicely by PP God. Feather is in Narnia, just trying to zone Aki out, which is fine. But the dive comes in from Aki. Again, you're going to see cease and assist into the smite of the spell shield. Shout out the Absorbers for picking that one up. That's a freebie, and PP God, I think that this is a very worthy death. He goes down a martyr in this one.
Yeah, if you're not going to be able to smite objectives this game, you may as well smite off the shield. So, good stuff there from Aki. And we'll see if NiP is able to kind of find their way back in. They are still down quite a bit of gold. It's 1,000 less than it was before. But this next dragon fight, Thunder Talk is already in position for. And it looks like NiP, if I were you, I would sit this fight out. But they've never met a fight they didn't like.
Well, Xiao Gren, I think that he was so far up there that Aki was a bit surprised. Frankly, I think that Aki could have pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
But Solo Kill doesn't have a TP, and they want to leave him to his own devices in the top side. So, Gwen with no TP. Looks like we just might have a trade here with NiP dropping this dragon. Giving away 2 mountain dragons. It's a little dangerous. TT not starting it yet, and they are going to see Hoya respond. So this will give Solo Kill a chance to actually base, pick up that bot wave, and rejoin NiP. So NiP surviving that window is pretty big, but now Xiaohong Gran has started the objective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the more time you give to Solo Kill, really, I mean, he is going to be the big carry in this game.
Seitab snuck in, too.
Him and 1xN, really.
Look at Seitab.
Oh, Seitab is just going to kill Solo Kill here. Even with the ward down, actually, we'll see. As now, Leave is in position to be able to help out on Seitab. Meanwhile, Aki getting in there, but he can't secure the objective, and he goes down. Solo Kill over on the other side. Goes down. Feather, not quite landing the same one he did last time, but Xiaohong Gren, once in, he'll Cyclone and then spin out. Now Doinby on the chase here. He's got 2 more charges left of his ultimate. Charm not going to land. Ends up just being another 1-0 in favor of Thunder Talk, and they get the objective.
Yeah, I know that you have Aki going for the steal, but it didn't look very close there. Yanni. As this is also the type of game where I actually really like when Vise goes Sterax second. Black Cleaver doesn't really buff up your solo laners, and you need to be tankier when you have a Renata support. As you're going to see Feather. He gets the stun off, and Aki going in, misses the Q. Yes, does find the Saber, but there's no follow-up. Doinby wasn't able to ult and actually chase down 1xN, so Aki just kind of goes down free. Feather does miss out on the combo, but the damage was already done. So second dragon picked up here by Thunder Talk to continue the path of their lead.
Yeah, again, it's not the end of the world. You know, NiP, again, still down less than 3,000 gold at this point as they've, pulled it back compared to where they were before that Otacon play. And again, you're really just trying to hang your hat on Solo Kill. The problem is, will Solo Kill get online before 1xN is Thanos Sivir and is able to just deal a million damage?
That's a good question. That's a good question. The Flicker Blades being in for Sivir is big, and you gotta believe it's gonna be an Infinity Edge next, which that makes Sivir a rather big problem, but props to NiP here. Was trying to create something going on with the Viari. I think that I'd rather attack the Rumble side lane
Yeah.
I don't know how attackable Akali is here, because it's, you gotta believe it's just gonna be Shroud and the have enough HP to get out.
Okay. All right,
they're chaining up
they
correct.
layer everything really well. Satab just stepped up a little bit too far.
Oh!
Nice job there by Aki. Wow, what a prediction. And they are
Okay.
able to kill the Akali on the side lane.
I was a little bit concerned because the Charm and the Cease and Assist, they weren't chained up well. It was like they were layered a little bit, but the red buff was ticking, so you could see the Shroud and Aki able to connect with the Smite. The response from Thunder Talk, though, starting up this Baron. Satab has TP when he spawns, and Aki has to hoof it over here. Might use this
I
debate,
love
though.
this.
Leaves in trouble.
Yeah, leave. Oh, he failed. Oh, no. Xiao Hong Ren, and now they're going to try to turn on the solo kill. Leave misses ultimate, but he still gets engaged on the backside. Doinby going to try to peel. Meanwhile, solo kill going so deep, unable to kill Hoya. It has to dash back. Second time in, but what a charm!
Oh,
what a
my.
charm to shut down Xiao Hong Ren.
I mean, the failed W over the wall is tough, because I do think they have a nice pinch on the leave. I don't like how it's the equalizer to try and set it up. I think there's a real world where you can bait that you're going back to it and actually force NiP to walk in, walk up, and then find the chain. But
with
between
you
the
there.
mechanical fails and a couple things not going their way, Thunder Talk give a gift over to NiP, and that's a lot of gold in their pockets now before this upcoming Dragon.
Yeah, this game is pretty much even now, Cubby. NiP have been incredibly resilient. Let's take a look at this replay.
Sadly, this is a battle of the bottom moment.
Yes, yes it is.
I gotta say, you gotta be in the corner for that one, Wukong. You can't be that far up. You gotta be down a little bit further if you want to get over. You see Xiao Hong Ren there.
Yeah,
doing the
just
banana
allows
combo.
time.
Yeah, he banana combos, and then he goes in and gets charmed up. Good call, Yanni. That was a pretty nice one from Doinby. It charmed us
comes
up here in the
clutch.
caster booth. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it stops the second part of the Cyclone, which would have been so big there, potentially fight warping and maybe put it back into the side of Thunder Talk. And now he has no flash, but solo kill winning the 2v1. He ends up going 1-for-1 in it, but you will take that every day of the week.
Hey, I gotta say, this Gwen's starting to get pretty big, and we aren't at the point yet where Sivir's breaking this game, Yanni. Also, it is a world that, you know, with Varus, with Renata, yes, Sivir has an IE, but there is a real world where NiP can actually burn through the Sivir. Of course, Gwen has some unique ways to play defense, too, with that Mist. The Shroud, right, going untargetable, so I don't hate things for NiP going on. I know it can be difficult going into a Sivir comp, but this isn't like that traditional, you know, we have a tank, we have the biggest front line on the planet Sivir comp. We're going to get another look solo kill. Even now with Hoya, and is going to fully connect. That's very clean. I guess solo kill actually got off of the equalizer sooner. Maybe there's a world where he's able to do a little bit more damage there. But not the
Yeah,
case.
you could be
Instead,
right.
it's Baron started, and this is not spotted yet by NiP.
Yeah, they have an inkling of an idea that this is happening, so they are going to
so
walk
slow.
up as for the Baron. That is also slow. It is not
Dragon's
a
up
fast
too.
Baron at all.
Yeah, Dragon is up too, so I think Thunder Talk maybe trying to hit this to pull them away from that objective. As Doinby is staying to clean up a control ward, but that is going to be mid-control defaulted over to NiP. And now we'll see what kind of choice Doinby wants to make with his squad. Is it going to be the Dragon focus? Does it look like solo kill is going to be soloing out the monster objective?
Yeah, good stuff there by NiP. You can allocate those resources over because Thunder Talk just doesn't do this Baron very quickly. They haven't started it up yet either. Doinby over to the side, lands a nice little charm there, but
That's a
not too
rocket?
much the rest of NiP can really do. Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that too.
I am very surprised. I like how NiP is playing this. They're pretty much just daring Thunder Talk to start the Baron. And I don't think they can. If they do, it gives Viari a really good angle. So that I liked how that sequence was played out by NiP, and they get themselves a free soul point. Deny a red buff, significant post-Baron, as that's everyone wearing that one. And Xiao Hong Ren is, unfortunately...
He's dead.
Yeah,
His goose
this
is
has
cooked.
been...
There's not much more you can say.
It's been two pretty big oopsies from Xiao Hong Ren. And
Yeah.
again, player that was not expected to play at the LPL level. The developmental jungler for Thunder Talk and the LDL. Between the W not getting over the wall and getting caught out in a pretty bad spot there. Not playing to his strong side of the map. Well, that's just Smite off the board of the free Baron for NiP.
All right, it looks like Thunder Talk might want to fight this one. Doinby not going to be able to land the charm. Decent equalizer as Hoya is overheated and going in and dealing a bunch of damage. And 2 members are golden, avoiding the ultimate. Big knock up there from Feather. And this is going to be an ace. It's a quadra kill for Sivir. The question is, can they actually find solo kill? And they will. Thunder Talk with an amazing fight.
That was crazy from 1xN. I was not expecting to see that. Feather had another big combo at 1xN. The bouncing Infinity Edge was cleaning up in the Baron pit. As that one got a little bit dicey, Thunder Talk find a huge win, wipe the Baron off the map, and that's going to be an inhibitor down.
Yeah, and the 2 Zhonyas to avoid of the hostile takeover, right? It just meant that NiP, they had nobody to hit. And by the time they came back up, they were just all dead. It was easy pickings.
That was, I was not expecting that one. I want to replay that fight as 1xN. Again, the carry that was the second team All-Pro in Split 1 has really had some nice moments on this team. And Doinby throws out the charm. It goes wide. He gets CC'd, so that's a lot of chip damage early on. Hoya's doing a nice job in this one, too. Everyone's trapped in the pit. And that is not the best place hostile takeover, as it really didn't threaten 1xN. Didn't threaten a lot of people, and the Shroud coming down was the only thing that saved the pentakill from going over to 1xN.
Yeah, and you know, that's a really tough fight for Feather because he hit everybody. The problem is 2 Zhonyas, Alistar ultimate cleanses it, and 1xN used the spell shield on him. He actually hit all 4 members. It just did not matter.
Wow. All right. I missed that one. I thought I went wide. Well,
damn, that
was big.
I don't know what else. I'm sorry, PP God, I should say. I don't know what else PP God really had to do there. Like he tried.
I mean, you could maybe try and like R flash, right?
Yeah.
To catch Sivir off guard, but again, 1xN has cleanse, so I'd say that's probably a waste as well. It's just like Aki has flash up. There was no cease and assist. I think that again, you just really have to find a way to pressure the Sivir. We'll also say that like Baron debuff and rumble damage, very significant. So Hoya for sure did a really nice job in that fight too to really help get people low and set up nicely for 1xN, who he just one-shot Berserker Greaves, Immortal Reminder, and a Vamp Scepter, which is great later on. It helps your condition so much being on the map. So this Sivir just exploded in value. And that's going to be a real difficulty now for NiP to knock off the board, because as you posed the question earlier, Yanni, who can carry harder, this Gwen or the Sivir? I think Sivir sitting at these items this point of the game, that's going to be really tough for NiP to deal with.
Yeah, right now, Solo Kill's driving down the highway, but 1xN is driving down the Autobahn right now, going much faster. Now NiP's singular hope has to be on this dragon. It is their Mountain Soul in a minute. They need to set up well for it. We've seen their setups be a little iffy at times, but we've also seen them be able to pick off Zhao Hongren very, very often. Uh-oh, teleport coming from behind. Could be cooked. Aki going to be able to get onto 1xN. He's going to use a spell shield. It's going to be knocked off too. The cleanse, but he's dead. Solo kill coming in from behind, doing a lot of damage to Feather over on the backside. They're ripping apart this backline. Leave is bleeding out, and he goes down. 3v3. Satab trying to get out. He goes back in. Good damage, but Solo kill's gone golden. Hoya once back in is burning them alive. Aki will be in stasis, and now Jahongren and Hoya trying to do their thing. The charm is out. The damage is not quite there. It's the Doinby Drain tank in the 1v1, but Hoya is the last man standing. Quadra kill for the Thunder Talk top laner.
I mean, this Rumble's been massive this game, as that was a crazy fight. We did utilize the flashes to actually find Sivir in the backline, but Hoya was the only person standing. He's trying to end the game.
He is. I mean, all right, we have 15 seconds. He's overheated. He's dealing good damage here.
He cannot end.
Yeah, no, this was an ill-advised move, Hoya.
I think that if he's able to base and maybe TP back for the Dragon, I mean, keep in mind, this is Dragon's Soul for NiP, a Mountain Soul at that, one of the strongest souls you can find in the game. So it's a pretty big deal for whoever gets control over this. I think the Super Wave is going to be enough, but man, going to replay some chaos here. Aki had a nice fight. He finds 1xN with a Q flash.
Oh, beautiful.
Holds off on the cease and assist until the spell shield's down, then finds it with Doinby, so the Vi does work here. Really nice combo, but that hostile takeover was really early and unwarranted from PP God. If he had it here, I think it's an easy fight win for NiP, but he threw that one out trying to chain CC 1xN. That was an overkill and a major tool lost. We got to get back to live, though, because this dragon... It's Satab with the Banshees now on the flank.
Equalizer, good damage. Oh, goodness, this is a disaster. Leave mispositioning, as usual, goes down. Zhao Hangren on the backside. It's a double kill for the Sivir. Aki will be able to at least kill him on the backside, but Thunder Talk absolutely run over NiP.
I think that just might be it. We're dropping the dragon. We're heading for the base, and yeah, that hostile takeover from PP God... In that last fight, I feel like that was really costly. If he saves that again, it could have been a wipe for NiP and a Mountain Soul at that. Instead, they come back in the fight. Hoya capitalizes. Beautiful from him, as that equalizer made the fight so easy for Thunder Talk, who had their flashes up this time around, and are going to cash in against NiP.
Going to be in the 3v1. Couldn't kill the minions. He will fall. Aki is here, but the Nexus is exposed. Aki is no longer here. And Thunder Talk take game 1.
Hey, it was back and forth, but Hoya's Rumble, I think, deserves MVP for that one. I know it was a near pentakill for 1xN, but man, I thought Hoya was fantastic in that game with that first pick. This has been a pick that he has really proven that he can play as someone that is usually a tank player, but man, that Rumble was game-changing that game.
Yeah, gets the pick that he wants on B1, manages to hold down solo kill, make sure this Gwen has a hard time getting off the ground. And then, as you said, had some really nice equalizers, but that last fight in particular was absolutely phenomenal. It was a really nice equalizer to kick things off, just to make sure that Leave was just dead. And then even the fight before that was just so good. Really, not... You could say so many good things about Hoya in this particular game. In a year where it's been a bit of a struggle, he has also been the target of much criticism. Has the Thunder Talk.
Yeah. I mean, he was a player that in the lane swap meta, I think that was, as you highlighted, Yanni, right? Both of these teams had a lot more success in Split 1. The lane swap meta was great for Hoya. He was able to play the tanks. He was really comfortable in the lane swaps. He was playing the map well. TT actually had a good idea of how to play with direction with Beishwan and play out their 4-1s really well with Hoya and bigger champs. And they pulled off the upset of Split 1, right? They won against BLG in a best of 5. That was unheard of in the group stage. So... I think that Hoya, again, when we get back to standard laning and just some of the different champs we've seen, it has been a little bit weaker of a meta for him. But, hey, that Rumble's always been fantastic. Definitely can prove he can play the Scion. And good to see Hoya have a nice game here. Big playmaker. Finds that second win of the split on the Rumble. And was looking good. I think it's going to be a pog for him, really.
And on the other side, NiP continuing to struggle. A player that they put a lot of power into in Leave. Once again, a couple of fights that were just not great. It's hard against a Rumble, but this guy has had so many issues in other games against other champions that you have to just be hyper aware of that.
I don't disagree, but I think that when you're playing Varus plus Renata, you got to get value out of the Renata ults, and those Renata ults were just not good enough from PP God. So I think that didn't help Leave, because, again... You are playing one of the most difficult champions to position as in the on-hit Varus. So
that's why you have the Ghost.
Yeah, I feel like they just really dropped the ball overall. And we'll see as we go through the replay. What we find is, damn, Hoya dropping a bomb on the map, man. That's a lot of Rumble damage coming in. And you can see the back and forth of the game. NiP almost got themselves back in there. Had a couple decent fights against that Sivir. And what Thunder Talk were able to throw out, but couldn't convert it into a win.
Yeah, I really want to highlight Satab and Feather this game as well, because Hoya and 1xN are going to get all the accolades, right? It's either going to be one or the other that's getting this MVP. I thought Satab played a really strong game, very early on, obviously. As it got later, didn't really be the star of the show, but did a lot early on to bridge the gap to get 1xN to where he needed to be. And yes, that's why I was saving Feather for last, because Feather did so much this game. He did have that one oopsie, but he had so many of these that it erases all the bad.
No, I agree. I think that Feather was really clutch. Pretty much every fight that we're seeing. I mean, again, Feather, he gets caught out on this one, but he's keeping Aki out as they secure Otacon. He's kind of doing his job here. I know that this is the one fight that really collapsed things. He got things back in the favor of NiP.
Yeah.
So I can't blame him even too much for that, because the goal was Otacon, right? And if you give yourself for securing Otacon, that's worth it, that point of the game. Baron fight is 2. We're going to see him set up Hoya. I'm sure they're going to show that one up next. So I don't know if it's going to be a Feather Pog, but if it is, I wouldn't be complaining too much, Yanni. I think that's a good shout.
Yeah, if it's Hoya, if it's 1XN, if it's Feather, cool. That's fine. Either of them deserve it.
Yeah, watch this from Feather.
Yeah, it's so hard. They do all so much in this fight. Everybody
next one.
literally shows up. It's this one right here. It's this right here.
Yeah, that Renata ult wasn't good.
Yeah,
that's a big one there from Feather, and those bouncing blades doing overtime as 1XN
should have had that.
Continues to be an impressive AD, man. I gotta say,
yeah.
I still think 1XN's a much better player in the league than being like a 10th place AD. Of course, his team being in 10th place. 1XN's not a 10th place AD in this league.
Did I change my prediction, by the way? I'm going to be honest. Coming into this, for play-ins, coming into this, I thought that there was going to be a very noticeable gap between Thunder Talk and NiP. There is. It's just the other way around.
Well, yeah, it wasn't that game, that's for sure, Yanni.
I just Doinby. Brother, I need to see more on this Ari.
Yeah.
Like,
I think PP God played very poorly.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to actually make plays around the map, right?
This hostile takeover hit no one, man.
Yeah, no, it's just it was a disaster. I mean, PP God played a particularly poor game.
Yeah, I think PP God played really poorly in the Renata this game. That was a grim one.
There wasn't really a lot to like.
You're really empowered. Like you got to play well with the Varus. You're against a really melee heavy comp. Like everyone's a melee but Sivir, and Sivir short range. I would say the spell shield would be good against it, but yeah, those Renata ults have to be better if you want the Varus to actually be able to survive fights, and they were not. So that was grim.
Yeah, and you get such an impactful pick, obviously for lane, which was doing pretty well early, but then just be able not to do much in these later fights means that Renata is a lot worse when her ultimates are not really that great. I do want to give a little bit of a shout to Aki in this game because he has been a guy that has also been the target of a lot of criticism. His early game was really, really poor, didn't really do much of anything, but started to come on strong as the game went on. Did have some solid ult targeting. Did make some pretty solid plays in the side lane. Again, nothing that's like, wow, but it's like, hey, he wasn't really the big reason in this game. As our player of the game does go to Hoya, well-deserved.
Yeah, the boom damage is really nice from Hoya, who I know that he's 1-5 in the Rumble, now 2-5 in the Rumble, but I swear it's better than what it shows in the record, and good for Hoya picking that up. Really nice game for him, but excited to see if he can do it again in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see if he is able to do so. We're going to go and take a short break. When we return, we'll have some fun with MOBA Trainer, and then we'll really get into the Game 2 draft between NiP and Thunder Talk. We'll see you on the other side. welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We just got done game 1 of the basement game, the basement series between NiP and Thunder Talk. Yeah, the Battle of the Basement. And Thunder Talk actually looked quite good. Really nice moments from them. Obviously, there was that player on Otacon that didn't go so well, but as the game went on, I mean, they just looked really, really strong. Their team fight composition came online, and they did what they did best, and that is team fight. See you shaking your head, though.
I thought that they looked all right. I thought NiP looked a little bit grim. Like, they gave him some of the angles, but it was well executed. I thought Feather and Hoya really synced up to have a nice game, and 1xN on the Sivir was the insurance they needed later on. So, overall, I think it's a positive look for Thunder Talk. See if they can put NiP away 2-0.
Yeah, before we get to that, we're going to put away a MOBA Trainer session here, as we are going to go pull that up, and let's see which one we're going to pick here.
I was 1 for 3 earlier on in the day, Yanni, so I'm going to need your help.
I got you,
I know.
bud.
I know you're the GOAT.
That's the art of the split push.
Had a real weapon. It's Jack's time, baby. We've got no TP. We TP'd to secure the Baron.
Okay.
Let's go.
We are. Hey, we're up, gold, down, kills, go top, recall.
We're going top. 100%.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
We want to apply, we want to apply pressure. We have Darius with us. We have the team. I see Yone bot. I just saw Varus bot side and mid.
I'm not afraid of anybody else on their team.
Nope, we're Jax. It's chill. I see level 18, 31 minutes as Jax. We are a big boy right now.
Absolutely. Force on volley or back off. I'm with a
We're
backing
off.
Yeah.
This is the easy choice.
Yep. Gotta
wait for pressure. I don't see anyone, by the way, MOBA Trainer. Why would I jump on them when I don't see anyone else?
Yeah,
now I
exactly.
Now I see everyone else. Gonna hit the wave or go
help out for this fight. Oh,
see, I feel like that should have been a chance.
Shit, what do you mean? What do we mean shift to mid here? We just clearly go, right? We just clearly.
Oh hell yeah, we're fighting, man! I see.
Yeah, we're fighting. We're shifting into mid here. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to. You want to collapse? Abso-freaking-lutely.
Wait, why did we wait? Okay,
Darius?
I guess we waited for that.
Darius
Smurf. Sick play there.
I missed my Counter-Strike for whatever godforsaken reason.
All right, never mind. We hit the Counter-Strike. All right, nice. We did it.
That was medium or hard?
That was apparently hard.
All right, I guess we're just Smurfs. Let's go. Padding the stats, baby.
Yeah, we're just that good. All right, mechanical training time.
Uh-oh.
We have a little bit of extra time. We're going to put our producer on display here.
You know, producer? Oh, that's tough.
Hold on. You didn't get hit by that. That's BS.
You use some summoner spells here. Yeah, let's go. Ezreal's tough.
Oh my God. You have magnets in your pockets.
That's a bummer.
Oh, we're just
we're chasing down the Ezreal? Get his ass!
We're just raging.
We go again. I respect it. I think Ezreal's a tough draw. As Syndra.
Okay, nice side.
Excuse me.
That was a really nice side.
We have some different stuff here. The Syndra hitbox is very generous, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
5 lives, top left. You can't see. What I like about this is pretty accurate when it comes to the cast times and the size.
All right, we did it.
Of course. Okay.
Nice.
Shout out producer Brad.
Run.
Some good clicks. I just needed the warm-up game, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. Not too bad. Not bad at all, Bread. If you want to be like Bread and us, you can enjoy MOBA Trainer. Get 20% off by using the code LPL20. The proceeds benefit the MOBA Trainer designers, which are coaches and players, and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today, as NiP are looking to level up their game a little bit with a first pick Yorick on the books.
Yeah, and of course, Talia Pantheon likely to come on through here, as that is up for Satab. And I will be curious to see what Doinby grabs into the Talia Panth. As the Annie being taken away too. That's really, really nice in the Talia. I feel like this just goes into a potential Silas angle, as Xiaohan Gren maybe thinking the Fury. Okay.
Yeah, all right. I can see that. I think it's a fine enough combo.
It is.
You're taking the OP champions. Why not?
Yeah, see, like, the Panth comes out for Aki. This is where I don't like Pantheon that much in the Talia. I think that the Pantheon in the Talia, the rocks can be really tough to deal with. And a lot of your abilities as Pantheon are telegraphed. Not to mention you just struggled in the Unraveled Earth. So that said, it's still being played in the Fury. It's a good grab there. And now with a very tanky Scion, of course, Pantheon and Sylas. Damage profile is something that Sion's pretty comfortable with. So I know this is a counter, like self-counter in terms of going into Yorick, but sometimes you just get so big as Sion, it just doesn't matter. And you're playing Sion. So looks like that's the idea for Thunder Talk. Going through the rest of picks and bans, we're going to look at the bot lanes later on, Yanni. We're going to see what we have in store.
Yeah, you know, Sion, a really wheelhouse for Hoya champion. But one thing I wanted to say, how smart is Doinby, right? I simply won't pick Talia. I'll let them pick Talia, and I'll just steal Talia ultimate and play Sylas. It's how you get the best of Talia with his comfort on Sylas. What a true visionary, absolute genius. Now, you pointed out the bottom lanes that are going to get banned out. A couple of Leaf champions getting taken away in this misfortune, which he has played a decent bit. That Zeri is something that risen up in priority for him as well. Getting rid of one of the dive buddy known as Kaisa. Then Ezreal getting taken off the board. So 1xN is going to have to figure out something else for this game.
I really like 1xN's Ashe. And I think that like ECA is a big ult for Sylas to take, but I think Ashe into what's showing here is actually okay. We can find a support champ in the end to actually like put things together. I think Ashe Braum is like very real. Oh, Xayah Rakan's up. This does give... Okay, so Xayah's going to be grabbed. That's something going airborne against the Pantheon and the Sylas could be very valuable. As a short-range composition. But yeah, into Xayah, always want to take range. So I think Jhin doesn't help with the damage profile against Sion. But is not bad into the Xayah. And I gotta imagine... It brings
good CC to the table to enable your Sylas and your Pantheon.
Gotta imagine it could be a Rel here. Yeah, some shield break and play into the likely Rakan coming out for Feather.
See what the options are. A couple of good ones. I think that this Nautilus is pretty solid here to be able to force defensives out of this Nefiri or of this Xayah, and that's what it's going to be. This looks like a pretty good Braum angle. I think that you might be feeling that perhaps.
No, it's Rakan. I think that Braum would be... It's kind of doable. I guess it gives a worse ult over to Sylas. I feel like that's the biggest advantage of it.
Yeah.
It does play really nice in the Pantheon and Jhin, though.
Yeah.
So if Feather wants it, okay. I mean, I don't hate it. I think that there is some real value for it here. I'm just surprised it's not going to be Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, again, I think the shot that you had about Sylas taking the ultimate away and making sure that he doesn't have that tool is important. I mean, I think people still remember what Faker was able to do at Worlds, right? And that is some of the craziest Sylas play, stealing a Rakan ultimate and using it and making that big play to make sure that T1 was actually able to really put that game away. It lives in a lot of people's minds. You know, if it lives in our minds, Cubby, it lives in the players' minds too. So obviously Doinby might not be that level of player, but you don't want to at least give him that tool. You do not want to take the chance.
Well, I gotta say, you know, battle of the bottom. We're gonna have to see who can end on the high note going into playoffs. And denying that opportunity from Doinby. It feels like Doinby's had any and all opportunities denied from him so far. He's been the big focus in picks and bans here, Yanni. And
yeah,
again,
it's tough. It's tough to be Doinby when you're this famous. When you have thousands of screaming fans, you also have thousands of screaming bans.
Yeah, well, good to see him. He's having a smile on his face. He's rubbing his hands together and prepping up for this game, too.
How can this guy smile, man? I would be so tilted. Yeah, please, let me play Rise!
Baby, we gotta see. I gotta say, Ninjas in Pajamas, I like the ability for them to side lane later on, but I think that they get outscaled this game. So for me, early game gonna matter a lot to see if they can utilize that Pantheon and that Sylas to get the ball rolling and try and really set this Xayah behind, because the Xayah with the Sion, I'm a little bit scared for what can happen later.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
All
think one thing that we need to really focus on is going to be Satab this game. Obviously, the typical pairing with Talia is the Pantheon, which is on the other side for the easy global access, easy side lane plays. But you're not going to have that nearly as much in this game. Satab is going to have to find his own creative angles, and they're going to have to play very well around Vision to make sure that they are able to make these side lane plays, Cubby.
Looks like we have the Conqueror Silas for Duel. I was seeing some Electrocute Silas emerge here in the LPL. As dive into the lanes, I gotta say, Sion early on should have some edge into the Orc if Hoya wants it, but looks like Xiaohong Gran is going to be pathing away from him. So Hoya is just going to be Sackside, going to try and eat it as the Sion. It's going to be all about this bot lane where, frankly, I think the Braum makes it very dangerous for PP God to actually fish with any of these hooks. We'll see at the moment 1xN looks like he's seeding early control. Okay, he gets everything. That was quite nice, but will be early level 2 coming in for Jin plus Not, so maybe on the bounce they could find something.
He will have to be very careful. I'm sure they are well aware because a hook lands, Root comes after it, and it's bad news for the bottom lane. We see Satab and Doinby poking at each other a little bit. Now, one other thing that I find interesting to mention is that Nefiri, a champion that does have the ability to invade a little bit, ganks with proper setup are fine, as me and Satab going to go at it a little bit longer. But if Nefiri just elects to farm up here, this is very difficult for Thundertalk because it does allow solo kill a lot of free time upstairs to be just fine, right?
Uh-oh. All eyes on mid. Satab, don't. Oh, you. That's the wrong timer to hit the turret. Satab.
All right, he flashes away, but Doinby will chase after him, and first blood will go to Aki.
Yeah.
Oof.
That is the timer where in a really volatile mid lane matchup, you got to be wary. Of course, no ward for Satab. I just think that approaching and hitting the turret there is kind of tough. So he's going to lose his flash, lose his life, as both flashes burned by Aki and Doinby to secure that one. And see how things play out from here. First blood did go over to Aki, so we'll see if he can snowball that to other lanes.
Yeah, the one thing you never want to do is give anything away to a Pantheon in the early game. This is a champion that incredibly gank heavy, incredibly strong, and if you can neutralize a Pantheon by just forcing him to farm and do nothing, it's generally a win. So, Satab, you get no marks for that. That is very, very sad. As Xiaohong Gran will get his full clear and just back off.
Gonna be a happy Aki this game. As
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, already looking to cross. He's got his Raptor camp respawning, so I think that's gonna be the look. Gonna go for that super clear. And Yanni, I guess a better start here for NiP. I think we haven't mentioned top lane yet. I mean, solo kills up early. See Hoya's low mana. It's a happy York up there. That guy becomes a pretty big problem later on.
Definitely worrisome. Definitely something to watch out for. As long as NiP can have a nice, smooth early game, really make sure that Doinby isn't too far behind in a melee versus range matchup. Make sure that solo kill is unbothered by Xiaohong Gran. I mean, it does mean that all the pressure is going to be on this young jungler to make the impact in this game because it doesn't look like his lanes are really going to be the one to do it.
Yeah, I do like the swap coming in. And you can see, it looks like it's going to be answered by NiP. I think any opportunity when you have Sion to just find a 1v2 scenario, the odds that Sion's happier in that scenario than your opponent are very high. There are very few champions in this game that are happier than Sion in the 1v2 as 1xN tries to catch the cannon minion. Unfortunately, misses, just barely. As this 1v2 opportunity actually going to be an opportunity for Nefiri to look at the dragon. I will say, this is a little bit aggressive coming out from Thundertalk.
I love it, though.
Yeah, I mean, this mid wave is not going to be theirs. You have Satab dropping at kind of low mana. They're looking for a play onto Satab, so kind of fortunate that the dip down, the fog down, got him out of that timer.
Satab continuing to throw rocks at Doinby, taking him down to about half HP. As Doinby has stolen the Talia ultimate. Keep an eye out for that one.
That's a good dragon take. I was pleasantly surprised by that one. They got solo kills TP out and were able to take that dragon for free. Nice work on the swap there from Thunder Talk. To, again, like some of that early strength from the Scion. I mean, this is a break point where Yorick can only push him around so much. It's not significant yet when you're a Phage, and the bombies can help try and deal with all the paths that are coming your way, right? So, I like the swap into the take from Thunder Talk. I think that's good stuff.
And Xiaohong Ren, not disrupted at all for his clear, so that's always a nice feather in your cap when you go hit level 6 without a problem on the Fury. Again, a champion that likes to invade, but if you get in the face, you can disrupt this champion. They get behind, they are pretty useless, so good on Thunder Talk there, even though they are down the singular kill. Aki hasn't been able to do too much more, however, he's still not level 6 yet. And once he hits level 6, as he is now, I imagine the heat is going to get cranked up just a little bit, Cubby.
Again, did at least Aki, you know, just have a little bit of extra strength, and now has that semi-global. Tough to attack a Scion. Stay tab down flash though for a couple more seconds. Wonder if that might be the look for NiP, is WBG keeping that wave close to him. Yep.
You have to do it. You can already see Aki is pinging it. Say tab,
yep.
Please, no, man. You have. Oh, and he gets hit by the Abscond Abduct. Aki, we're still waiting. Aki?
Well, he's got his own flash, and Satab doesn't because of rune choices, right? So if they have that one timed out, that actually could have been a window to hit. As you can see, WBG's flash synced up with Satab's, but Aki having that Cosmic Insight actually had it sooner. I was wondering if that was going to be a flash over the wall and the punishing that window, which when teams do that, I always am, you know, pretty thrilled about that. It's always some good gameplay. But not the case, and Flash being back up for Satab now going to be a lot safer in the mid lane, especially with the help of his friends, as Grubs have spawned at 8 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I almost said Rift Herald. I almost
yeah,
really reverted
almost
back to Shelly and Kelly, you know?
Oh, I missed Shelly and Kelly. We're seeing a teleport coming from WBG as Thunder Talker to move down. The weak side of the pincer is Aki, but he'll be able to fly in whenever he wants. Hook going to land onto Feather. He's going to get knocked up and ruined. Onto the back line goes Aki. Aki going to land the stun onto Xiaohong Ren, but Aki's kind of caught. Now he's got to flash away. Xiaohong Ren going in.
Oh,
what a seismic shove landed by Satab as the first kill goes over to Satab. And then going in again, the second kill goes to Satab. Everybody over the top looking for WBG. He finds one, but gets stunned up himself, and the Feathers are called back, and 1xN will find his. A 3-for-1 in favor of Thunder Talk.
Folks, I was coming to this series saying that... Oh, hold on, I gotta pause.
Oh, the maiden!
Flash.
The maiden! All right,
we're chilling. I came into the series saying that Xiaohong Ren, again, was not expected to be a jungler in the LPL. It was a promotion that was unexpected. Of course, had to be done just because of Beishuan. But, man, he is outperforming Aki, and that fight was really grim for NiP, as he has to maiden this fall. But Aki went way too deep in that one. And meanwhile, Xiaohong Ren showing off some of the hands. As, yeah, we get a second look. I mean, PP God 6. I cannot believe that PP God... Yeah, 1xN goes airborne with the ult. Aki connects and doesn't... I mean, there's no one can follow. They can't get through Talia. He goes way too deep there. Great flip coming out from Satab. Makes this fight quite easy for him and 1xN. And Xiaohong Ren dancing back and forth. I know he goes down, but the time he bought, the damage he did, got a flash out of WBG even at the end and won the fight. As again, I kind of emphasized when he came in, just how green he looked, how unready for LPL he looked. And I know that Aki's gotten his fair share of criticism with NiP, but to see Xiaohong Ren stepping up in the series for Thunder Talk, we think that this is what they need going into playoffs, right? If any hope of them making Group Ascension, winning a play-in series, has come off the back of him playing better with his squad, and we're seeing it today.
Yeah, and Aki's a veteran. You know, obviously he hasn't really played that great, but he's a guy who has played a lot of LPL games that, you know, generally knows what he's doing and would be able to, you'd expect to take advantage of a greener jungler like Xiaohong Ren, but Xiaohong Ren, again, doing really well to just get in there and consequences be damned.
That ult was way too damn deep.
It was.
From Aki.
It was. And it was tough because Doinb had no ultimate to steal until after Aki had already died. He gets the Braum ultimate. You know, when you don't have that sort of setup and it takes forever for Silas to actually pick an impactful ult in that fight, you're just going to be behind the 8 ball.
I like Xiaohongren's posture even too. Check him out. Look at how chill this guy is.
Unbothered. Ice in his veins.
He picked that. He doesn't need that Talia Pantheon. He wanted to carry into Fury and did his damnedest to carry in that first fight. Enough to actually open up potentially a second dragon. We'll see if this one's even contested. No Grand Starfall available yet. NiP throws down some wards, gets the bad news. And Aki knows flat. Okay, there was a pause. Mr. Useful didn't come through there. It's Jin W, can't steal it. Second dragon secured for Thunder Talk. That's a nice little lead they got kicking off for themselves here, Yanni.
Yeah, not bad at all for Thunder Talk. And Satab, after that early miscue, again, we saw him in that fight land a really nice seismic shove. We'll see if he has any other miscues here as Aki is lying in wait. We're going to see Doinb use the stolen Scion ult to get to bot lane faster and catch this wave. I love how he turns into Scion.
Oh, that's always a pro for Silas, you know.
Oh, here we go. Actual Scion ultimate. Leave gonna get slowed up here. Nice flash to avoid getting knocked up as 1XN has joined the party. But overall, a positive play there by Hoya.
Take that one. It's a good walk, and now he's going to be able to pick up most of that bot lane. Aki is going to try and interrupt him the way in. We can see Hoya. He's got the info, and he doesn't even care.
I see you.
Like, I dare you to jump me, man. I'll drop this wave. I don't care. I'll get this W back up and see what you can do. As, I mean, Aki's flash is coming back up, and they're pretty far up with Xiaohongren being down here. I really think the Thunder Talk, I mean, they could find a look. You can see Leave basing right now, so after this next mid wave, maybe a chance that we see the Xayah and Braum make a walk as they have full control over that.
13 minutes into this game right now, Cubby, and no discernible advantage for this Yorick. Just about 100 gold up on Hoya.
That's okay. Yorick, I think, at 11, and once you get 2 items is when he starts to get real scary. I actually kind of like what Thunder Talk's doing right now. The Roa for the Silas, I mean, he cannot touch the Scion, right? And Talia is dealing a little bit better with solo kill right now, where you can actually contest and get farm out of them. So I think that's why we have seen that lead that was trying to be built up by solo kill collapse. Good map play from TT to find better lane assignments.
Hongren has moved into the NiP jungle. Teleport going to be used up on the top side here for Doinb. So he picks up his Merc Treads and picks up this wave. Just about a minute until the Rift Herald is up. We're seeing a couple of backs come out here as Thunder Talk look to redeploy. As Hoya is going to pick up a plate for himself as he has had a fine game on Scion, waiting for him to make that impactful ultimate be felt. A lot of red pings on these grubs. We're seeing Xiaohongren redeploy on the top side. The teleport getting burnt by Hoya as well as he picks up a Sunfire. So things are starting to heat up a little bit. The pressure cooker is building here, Cubby. 33 more seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be control for Thunder Talk at the moment as Doinb. Just posturing for Glacial Fissure of himself that he hijacked away, but not going to connect. And now Hoya waits to fall onto the top side. And oh boy, you have TP coming in from Satab. Actually just cleaned up that bot wave. So real fast play on the top side to try and take this turret and pry out that Rift Herald.
Not only that, avoid a potential Aki ultimate on top of him to foil any potential play that NiP may have had. That turret will go over to Thunder Talk, and a lot of that gold shoveled into Satab as the Rift Herald is started up. And with a teleportless Doinb, it looks like this should just go over to Thunder Talk for free.
It's big too. Obviously Thunder Talk with feet secured already, right? But grabbing that Rift Herald and having that turret first, I mean, they're the ones that continue to be faster on the play. As Hoya now Doinby has flash. I don't know how much he can actually get here.
Hey, he does have the abscond abduct to be able to just walk away.
We are Scion in the end. Silas has
you know
a few
what?
more buttons than us.
He's just keeping Doinby
Oh, hold
away.
on. Check it.
Get him!
Okay. That's a nice dub, actually. Kill some tempo for sure.
Oh, we're burning Rift Herald, too.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's being driven by Zhao Hongren in the mid lane. He is going quite fast.
I like it.
Here we go. Twitch chat, that is you showing up to help Thunder Talk take down this turret.
I mean,
Being at the bottom of the standings, they need all the help they can get. As this turret will go down. Zhao Hongren got in there, but won't be able to do much more. As Saytab contending with solo kill up on the top side. These rocks are starting to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, he's also contending with the maiden, but that's a way on Doinby was actually really significant. I mean, they pretty much just took 2 outer turrets off that. As bot was cleaned up by Hoya. Mid almost cleaned up by Thunder Talk. Or, sorry, it was cleaned up. And now Dragon with PP God at half. Shield
Teleport coming in
denied.
for solo kill. Doinby forced off on the side. As Thunder Talk are going to back up. Saytab is not quite here. Does have the Weaver's Wall available.
If they pull this down, like I think it's really favorable. Well, that's a big,
Wall coming through. Saytab a little bit too far up, but he's okay for right now. And coming through is Aki. He gets to the back line, but Saytab is safely over the wall, throwing some rocks. Hoya doing what he can on the front line, but the Dragon is taken by Leaf. Now they look for a little more. Knock up on the solo kill. Another knock up with a seismic shove means a double kill goes over to 1xN.
I mean, this one doesn't really look competitive, Yanni. It was a steal on the Jhin, so Leave getting a little bit lucky there, but it was a great entrance to the fight from Doinby. It just didn't matter. The rest of the fight was not even close for NiP.
And again, we're failing to see Aki really make an impact in these fights.
Yeah,
he got on the back line.
Brutal.
He got a stun, and that's it.
This Pantheon looks brutal. There's no follow-up, right? There's like no curtain call. There's no depth charge to go on top of it. I mean, look at Leave and PP God. They're sitting on their ultimates.
Jeez, man. This is tough.
Jeez, mom. You know, it's been a rough day. I gotta say, oh, hold on, replay. Again, this is a great entrance from Doinby. Like, he gets 2.
Yeah,
but look
really
at Leave and PP God. They can't enter through the rocks of the Glacial Fission. And they aren't pressing R. If Leave wants to participate in the fighting and press R, they don't. There's no depth charge. There's no curtain call. And they get ran down. Meanwhile, Doinby looks like he actually stole the Weaver's Wall. It might have been canceled. It was a little bit awkward. Saytab's out of mana. He's got to get out of here. But it's been tough. And these Pantheons, like, again, I think I really don't like how early Pantheon's being picked. I think that this champ is being, like, very overrated. And my reasoning is you need to control the front line if you're playing Pantheon. And you really need to have a Leona, a Nautilus, something that helps him go in and helps him actually be able to do stuff. Nautilus is that champion, but Braum really counters Panth. We saw that when Panth's support was popular last split. It's really tough. Like, your abilities are so telegraphed, and you're playing this Pantheon into Talia, Scion, Braum. You're not winning out on that frontline war. I do not care if you are NiP. Panth needs, CC needs space to be able to do damage. No way you're winning out of the frontline war against what Thunder Talk has, so your champion is far less valuable.
Uh-oh. Feather in a little bit of trouble here. Weaver's Wall going to come through. They're going to force the flash out of him. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you here, Cubby, about this Pantheon. And, you know, one of the big hallmarks of a Pantheon is being able to at least ult on the side lanes to make those kills happen, to get this side lane pressure. And we haven't seen that either, right? We saw, you know, there was an opportunity to Pantheon ult the mid lane that he didn't do. We saw the one where it looked like they were maybe going to make that play, and Saytab wisely teleported to the top side. But that's literally been it, right? You haven't really tried to help out solo kill. You haven't really tried to help out Doinby. And you're just kind of ulting in the middle of these fights, going like, I'm Pantheon. I got a shield, I got a spear. And that's not good enough. You need to do more. And again, this is what we've been asking of Aki. And that's what he needs to do in order to get NiP going. And he is the one getting knocked up here. He is the one getting stunned here. And he is the one getting picked off here.
And this is why Aki's been getting flack this split. And like, your mid laner is Doinby. He's going to play to help enable you. And obviously, I mean, it doesn't help that Doinby is really popular, right? I mean, some fans are just going to blame any and all problems on not Doinby because, you know, it's not Doinby. But like, shout out Gren, and props to him, he stepped up in the latter weeks, but again, this was an LDL jungler that wasn't supposed to see the light of day for LPL. Like this, I mean, to my understanding, Third Talk was not a great LDL team. This guy's like not a top jungler in the league. He was a mid-tier LDL jungler at best, right? He's bodied Aki for these 2 games. Like that's a major concern, and why I think NiP really finds themselves in the way they are. It's not just Aki. I think they have some other issues, but for me, Aki's been the biggest problem with his team. Again, this is him getting outperformed pretty badly in this game.
Not the greatest route by Thunder Talk, but they managed to find a way on the solo kill anyway. They force a teleport out. Coming through here is Doinby, along with a Pantheon ult too. Doinby is going to land the knockup onto Feather. Seismic shove, not Seismic shove, sorry, Weaver's Wall puts Doinby on the other side, but he's able to get back over. Zhao Hongren is going to have to walk this one out. Doinby going to chase him down, not land the Abscond Abduct. And it's a nice little pick there for NiP.
That Feather went down before he get off the heal or the Glacial Fissure. You can see the Glacial Fissure almost being casted, but didn't get off, so stays off cooldown for him. As both TPs used here by NiP, so TP advantage for Satab and the Thunder Talk coming up with Dragon in 20 seconds. And I gotta say right now, given that Doinby TP top, they're gonna play for the outer. Kind of feels like NiP is giving this up for gold. This would be an outer for inner trade, and full control of the Dragon could be Thunder Talks here if Xiao Hongren makes his way there, and that sure does seem to be the case. Again, keep in mind, Satab can actually join a Dragon fight. Whereas
Aki is 2 levels down.
Doinby can't. Yeah, I mean,
so
what happens when you ult in and die.
Yeah. So does this perhaps change your prediction? I know you did predict NiP to take a 3-2 over FPX. With
honestly,
how
yes.
solid Monki has been.
I mean, I'm gonna stick with it. FPX would be Shadow. I'm gonna stick with my prediction, but
Oh yeah, Shadow.
this has not been good for NiP fans. Soul point secured for free. 4.5k gold lead for Thunder Talk.
We did it.
And I mean, like, how do you pull your way out of this? Your NiP. It feels like you have to wait for a leave IE. That's a pretty big spike, but that's a long way away. And
well, he's starting it at the very least.
Like
He did go the second item LDR.
I'm fine with that against the Scion. That's chill. And then Steel Cap sent bomb. It's fine. I know.
It's so tough though. As a second item, it's just such a bad second item. I know you
don't worry
have
about
to.
it.
But
Oh, that's an ult.
it just stinks as a second item. Here we go. All right, Aki trying to get in there. Gets hit with the
Again.
seismic shove.
Telegraph.
Xiao Hongren putting in plenty of damage. He is so thick, too.
Yeah.
Heals up quite a bit, but the rest of the team starting to show up. Satab cutting them both off there with the Weaver's Wall, but he puts himself into trouble. It's a 1-for-1 for right now, and the rest of the squad trying to show up. Feather at least gets there.
Ooh.
The dogs are barking, but solo kill. The mailman able to escape with only some of his pants eaten. As the Maiden will be the one to go down here. Very sad, 07 salute.
Yeah, I look, again, I understand splitting up the Panth Talia, but this is why I don't like playing Panth into Talia. You know where the Talia or the Panth's going to land, and these pro players are good enough where you can easily make sure that you punish the Telegraphed ultimate. So it's not just that, right? Even fighting through Unraveled Earth, that's really tricky for Pantheon, so he has a lot of ways to try and kite things out. And that 2v2 was unwarranted for Aki and solo kill. Ends up being evened out as Thunder Talk still get to play the map. And Yana, I gotta say, if I'm Thunder Talk, I'm not even thinking about this Baron, man. I think I'm using the Baron to draw them away from Dragon, if anything. As Infernal Soul is probably gonna be the grand prize here.
All right, I respect hopping in from behind. Trying to do anything to Doinby. Doinby once again has the Scion ultimate. Still waiting for him to make a large impact with some of these ultimates. He's 1-1 and 2 right now. He's got his rod, he's got his Riftmaker, and yet he has not yet made a big play.
He's been doing his best.
Seismic shove, knockup is there.
Good enough.
PP God gets called out.
That's Brahma the Knot, man. That's the only reason I got to say Grandmaster in this game. At one point.
Hey, listen, man.
Matchup, I swear
Hey,
to God.
listen, give yourself a little bit of credit, man. It is difficult to do. I'm having trouble getting out of Emerald at this point in my life.
It's, you know what? It's fun to say that I earned the right to get baptized by Core JJ a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of getting baptized,
all right,
Aki.
Weaver's Wall. Aki dodging out on the seismic
Okay.
shove there, but Feather coming through. They're going to flash on
Bravo.
top of Aki. Look to stun him up.
Got no
He's
flash.
got his shield wall out, but it ain't going to be enough as they're going to take him down. As Thunder Talker wearing all purple. Over on the other side, Hoya was able to keep the rest of the members of NiP at bay.
And you know what? We just use this free Baron to try and take the dragon. And I know that we have play-in matches coming up. This has not been I know this match doesn't matter in theory, but it's about building confidence on stage, Yanni. And
I mean,
I
think this does matter a lot.
Fan, you have not gained a lot of confidence watching your team perform today, as the hometown audience is getting a little bit quiet in the stands.
Yeah, sure. By virtue of standings and stuff, yes. This doesn't mean anything right now. Nobody is going to move at all, regardless of who wins and who loses the series. But, you know, there's still a lot that we're looking for out of really both of these teams. And I find it interesting that so far NiP have really kind of put Leave in the backseat this series so far. I know the Varus is a champion that you can't have a solid impact on, but, you know, it's not really a Leave hyper carry champion where you're really putting the ball in his hands. You're just kind of using it for utility and good damage. And then this game on the Jhin, again, not really putting the ball in his hands.
I think that the Jhin was a decent pick this game. Like, the range in the Zai is nice. I just really like the Braum adaptation from Feather.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with the Jhin pick. It's just... Leave has been so good on these scaling champions or a champion like Lucian, right? Even though he has had struggles at times getting picked off on them, he has performed well on them until he doesn't.
I think the team might be fishing here. As he's going to leave those puppers for a little bit.
Okay.
They didn't chain the deadly flourishes there.
All right, bro. Gren going deep on this one. Knockup is there. PP God close to getting tagged. Leave is forced to flash away. Feather and Satab always wanting more there. PP God getting lower and lower. Will be able to get away, and here comes the curtain call. This might be the first time it's been casted this entire game, Cubby, as they're looking to land the fourth shot onto Feather, and Leave is able to pick up the kill, but here comes the Sion Ultimate, big stuff, and he splits the gap. The field goal is good. Don't give him a for that one, but they still managed to find a kill. Doinby's got to go golden. Xiaohong Gren getting over the wall, and Doinby will fall. Hoya looking to finish off PP. Got the flick on the seismic shove, finds him as solo kill is the only one left standing. Now luckily his buddy Aki spawning now. The back coming in from Satab, but he does have teleport. It is immediately going to burn it. Thunder Talk are looking to end the game.
And Thunder Talk, again, I think the biggest confidence builder for them going into the playoffs. Xiaohong Gren had a really nice series. This player wasn't supposed to be an LPL this split because the Beishuan movie's here early. Trial by fire. And
Aki?
I thought he really outplayed Aki in this one. As the Pantheon can't find the crits, he goes down, and that's going to be game.
A solo kill will be able to at least get to the steps of the fountain to make sure that he stays alive. But it is a 2-0 series victory for Thunder Talk. Now that is what I'm Thunder talking about.
Same here. I guess early bedtime for us, Yanni, as the bottom 5 teams. We saw 4 out of 5 of them. Not very competitive today, sadly, as NiP didn't exactly have the best 3. They wanted to build up some confidence for the playing stage. I gotta say, though, we saw some real positives from Thunder Talk. I think their drafts overall were solid, and to see Xiaohong Gren actually have a couple of decent games, I feel like that's a confidence builder moving forward. As, of course, I will say, I find it funny. His IGN means Little Yellow Man, and he is the tallest person on his team.
That is hilarious.
To be fair, he was the biggest person on the Rift, too. I thought that the Fury game was actually quite good. I really like how he played that one out. And they caught the throws and Aki's overextensions with the rest of NiP, and actually were able to make that game look pretty good. So props to Thunder Talk.
It's just a damn shame he didn't really get a lot of kills. You know, he was really low in the kill count. Definitely deserved a lot of them, but definitely made a lot of plays. It was... I hesitate to call it a vegan to Fury, but he just didn't get the kills, right? Like, it's not like he was vegan and just farming up and not doing anything. He just didn't get any of the kills. So it just feels bad.
I don't want to know what goes into a vegan hot dog, man. That's all I'm going to say.
We could look it up, but it doesn't seem like
never look up what goes into a hot dog, guys.
No.
Some
absolutely
ignorance is bliss. I cannot emphasize that enough. All right, that's all I'm saying.
They do hot dogs pretty big over in the Midwest, right?
Oh yeah, there's a billboard by me that's advertising the best hot dogs in the world, right, or in the country. And I consistently take a Snapchat of that and send it to my buddies back home and just be like, no way. No way.
Absolutely
it's not even close. Yeah.
Seems false. You know, speaking of hot dogs, there's apparently some good hot dog spots in North Jersey that are a little bit further away from me. But they do like a fried hot dog, and I'm like, I'm already big enough. I don't really need that. It sounds pretty hard. I will have to. I'll have to try it at least once. I'm like, I always go up a little bit north on Fridays to go hang out with some of my friends. So maybe one of these days I'm gonna snag a dog before that. As you snag the dog, you tend to win. That's what's been happening in many regions at this point. And what happened for Thunder Talk today is they took a 2-0. They evened themselves up with NiP, at least by series record. Individual game record was not quite there for them, 12-31 compared to 14-29. But whenever you're able to snag a victory when you are in the doldrums, it always feels good. And again, we talked about momentum building for going into the play-ins. Thunder Talk might have either the easiest or the toughest assignment. We actually don't know, because Weibo, on paper, the team is good on paper, like name value. But if you've been watching, the team is not good. This has been very bad. And I don't know if Thunder Talk's going to win or lose this series. Like, I go back and forth in my mind, man. But I'm excited to actually watch it. It will be a really good test for Thunder Talk. But this might be a team that we are kind of looking at in Split 3 to be at least a little bit more competitive, with a little bit more growth out of their jungler.
Yeah, and hey, again, like, I get to praise Xiao Gran. Like, I've been hard on him behind the scenes, right? Like, I really felt like when he first stepped into this team, he wasn't ready for the big stage. Like, this is a trial by fire for him, but like, he had a nice series and did outplay his opponent. I think that Aki helped quicken his own demise, but got to give credit where credit's due. Again, if I'm Thunder Talk, I think that's the biggest positive, the biggest takeaway, and the biggest need that they had going into playoffs, that they want to be competitive. Really felt like Xiao Gran needs to step up, and he did in this best of 3. So hopefully that's a really big confidence builder for them going into the playing stage.
Yeah, now it's time for us to talk MVP. I think Xiao Gran is definitely a good shout. I thought Satab played a really nice game.
Ooh. Yeah, it's probably Satab. Give MVP to.
Oh, he did a lot of damage too. He just had a lot of really nice fights. Where his seismic shoves were generally pretty good.
Shout out to Hoya as well. I actually thought Hoya
he deserves
had
a shout.
Game. So good series from Hoya here, going into solo kill. And hey, again, Thunder Talk. I mean, they can be happy with that one. I thought it was good looks from them today overall. Yeah. So this was a team again that was a really big surprise with Beishuan in Split 1. We know that Beishuan's, like, he was the leader of this team. He was the shot caller. When he was swapped out, obviously, I mean, this team was a little bit down to the dumps because they felt like they had something going and had to stop when Beishuan swapped out. But they have Xiao Gran, a player that, again, really green, wasn't your best jungler in LDL, wasn't really expected to play in LPL this split. For him to step up, step in, and really have better performances rather quickly. I know the group Ascension's fast and furious. I gotta believe that's going to help a player like Xiao Gran. I mean, in the last 4 weeks, he's probably gotten more and better stage games than what he's ever gotten in his career before, if you think about it, right? Like, being from Thunder Talk's LDL team, like, not a great team that you have in the standings. And to, you know, see that and have him run with that, for me, like, in a retrospective, looking at this chaotic group Ascension, like the 250-plus games that we cover this split, I really feel like one of the big takeaways was just that the constant on-stage reps did have a positive impact for teams like Team WE, like Team FPX, like Xiao Gran, who those teams really were behind early on, needed to level up, and did so in a way where they were actually competitive, right? WE being a 6 seed is pretty awesome in a story for them. No one had that on their bingo card going into Group Ascension.
Yeah, I think, you know, we want to shout out some players that really got a lot of benefit, a lot of rub from this. You know, if you take a look at Team WE, I think a lot of their players did. I think Vampire, you know, it was Split 2 Vampire that really started being
he was on the
a big player. Monki as well coming through there. He's had a really good Split 2 so far. Even Taeyun's been consistent all year, but he's a good shout too. You know, when you take a look at some other places, I mean, 1xN and Feather have been pretty good generally. And you know, obviously it's a little bit hard, but they've had some good individual performances. You know, and just a lot of players, you know, Shadow as well has been really good. Zhui, who is literally top of the league for MVPs. You know, he's what, third, I think? Still holding on to that third spot, might be fourth.
Zhui's been really good. He's getting his flowers too, which is nice to see. He's been legitimately good.
Yeah, but yeah, just a lot of games mean that a lot of these players are going to build upon what they've done before, and even if they're not going and winning a ton right now. They're looking good individually, and that's things that they can take away going into later in the year, right? You know, we do have a third split that's going to happen after MSI, right? And these teams are going to be back at it, fighting again. The records are wiped, and this time it's try to go to Worlds, which is everything in this esport.
Yeah, those play-in matches, they're going to mean a lot. And I know that in the community here, we're going to try and do a little something for those. I believe that
it'll be exciting.
Might be able to promote a community bracket that you guys can figure out. It's going to involve a spreadsheet and trusting the masses. So really hope that we can trust the masses with this one as you guys try and copy down some answers. But do want to get your thoughts on what you think about the bracket coming up. And, of course, the play-in stage for playoffs. Again, that best of 5 is not just to continue on to Split 2 with MSI hopes to keep those alive, but also to qualify for Group Ascension in the Split 3, which, again, that makes that trek and that path to Worlds so much easier, so much better, and likely. And, hey, shout out to Satab. Yanni, you called it. Big game on the Talia as he picks up the pog.
Yep, this is a good shout for Satab to actually get this MVP. Really, really nice stuff there. Let's pull up the standings as we have finally finished Split 2, the regular season, at the very least. 48 straight days of games. Here are our final standings for Group Ascend. We saw Team WE and Weibo go at it earlier. WE were able to snag that 6th spot. That means they are going to be facing LGD in the play-ins. Our play-ins are set, Cubby. What do you think is the matchup to watch in this play-in?
I think it's FPX and NiP, honestly. I think everyone in the bingo card had NiP moving forward. This was not a very thrilling game for them, and going up against FPX, a team that I think has been okay. Again, awesome, and Jue's been really big. So PB God, Aki going to need to play better if NiP want to exit that series with the victory.
Absolutely, Cubby. A couple of things that we want to highlight before we kick it off for the night, because that is the end of the stream. We want to give a big shout out to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without, because their pledged financial contribution help us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day, except for tomorrow, because we finally have an off day. There will be no LPL action tomorrow. However, on the 24th, which is Saturday morning, it will be our first play-in game. We do not know which matchup is coming up first quite yet. So keep an eye out for that. You're not going to want to miss it because, you know, playoff time, the juice gets turned up and everything gets a little bit better. You will want to keep an eye out for community interaction, perhaps getting a nice little pick-em in or a nice little bracket to have a little bit of fun. We always love having fun over here in the LPL and see who has the most ball knowledge. I know a lot of people in the Twitch chat go back and forth about, I've got the best ball knowledge. No, I do. No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid. We shouldn't be saying that to each other, but we do it anyway. That will be it for us this evening and for the regular season of Split 2. For myself, for Cubby, for Brett, and everybody on the English unofficial LPL broadcast, we want to thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Yeah.
And the regular season of Split 2. We will see you in a couple of days for the play-ins for the Split 2 playoffs. We need to see you there.